What if the very stories that shaped civilizations were whispered by the wind, echoing through the trees, waiting for someone to listen? A storm brews over the mountains, wild and restless, as shadows dance across the ground, hinting at the ancient spirits that roam the land. The air crackles with tension, and the scent of pine mingles with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil. In this moment, history feels alive, thrumming like a heartbeat beneath the surface, ready to reveal its secrets. Among the flickering flames of a fire circle, a gathering unfolds. Elders draped in ceremonial blankets sit in silent anticipation, their eyes gazing into the flames as if they can see the past flickering before them. Legends of mighty warriors, cunning tricksters, and wise women rise with the smoke, weaving tales that transcend time. A hush envelops the crowd. Even the wind seems to hold its breath, as if waiting for the next words to ignite the night. But something stirs in the shadows, a whisper of danger that threatens to engulf the very essence of these stories. The air grows thick with uncertainty, and a chill runs down the spine. What happens when the threads of myth begin to fray? What occurs when the balance between the seen and unseen is disrupted? Echoes of ancient prophecies swirl like the fog, hinting at a reckoning that looms just beyond the horizon. As children press close to their parents, eyes wide with wonder and fear, the elders begin to speak of the Great Spirit, the all-seeing force that binds the universe. Yet they also speak of a darkness, a trickster spirit that delights in chaos and deception, ever eager to upset the harmony that has endured for centuries. The tension in the air thickens, and the flames flicker more wildly, casting long, distorted shadows that seem to reach out for something just out of grasp. Suddenly, a piercing cry shatters the silence. Echoing through the trees, it is a sound both haunting and beautiful, a reminder of the spirits who walk among the living. The elders pause, their faces etched with concern. An omen? A call to action? The answer lies heavy in the air, begging to be unraveled. The tales of creation and destruction intertwine, revealing a tapestry of fate that is as fragile as a spider's web, yet as powerful as the mountains that rise against the sky. As the last embers of daylight fade, the stars blink into existence, each one a potential guide through the labyrinth of myth. With every moment, the stories grow richer, more urgent, as if the very essence of existence hangs in the balance. Will the whispers of the past hold the key to survival, or will they be lost, swallowed by the darkness that looms ever closer? In this moment, with the world on the brink, the unspoken question lingers. What tales will emerge to challenge the chaos, and who will be brave enough to listen? In the flickering light of a dying fire, the shadows danced on the faces of those gathered around, listening intently to the voice that wove stories from the fabric of the universe. The storyteller, an elder with lines etched deep by time and wisdom, began to speak of ancient times, when the earth was young and the sky was not yet painted with the colors of humankind. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very spirits of the land leaned in to hear what came next. This was not merely entertainment, it was the pulse of a culture, the heartbeat of a people. In every corner of North America, the myths of the Native American tribes sprouted from the rich soil of their history. Each tale was a thread in the grand tapestry of their existence, woven with intention and steeped in the essence of nature. The stories were born out of a need to understand the world, the mountains that towered over them, the rivers that carved their paths, the animals that roamed their lands, and the stars that twinkled like distant friends in the night sky. These narratives were not just figments of imagination. They were sacred truths, imbued with lessons of life, death, and everything that lay in between. From the Pacific Northwest came legends of the Raven, a trickster who not only brought light to the world, but constantly tangled with shadows. The Raven's audacity and cunning painted a vibrant picture of creation, reminding people that life was a delicate dance between order and chaos. In the arid deserts of the Southwest, the Hopi spoke of Spider-Woman, a figure who spun the web of life, teaching the importance of harmony and community. Her stories were like the gentle wind that caressed the faces of the listeners, carrying wisdom from generation to generation. As the tales flowed, the listeners' hearts raced with the thrill of connection. They were not separate from these stories. They were part of them. In the icy realms of the Arctic, the Inupiat told of the great polar bear, a symbol of strength and resilience, representing the harsh realities of survival. His struggles reflected their own, living in a world that demanded respect and adaptability. As the elder spoke, the crackling fire mirrored the fiery spirit of the continent. The struggles of a people intertwined with the realms of magic and mystery. Every tribe had its own myths, each unique yet connected through a shared reverence for the earth. The stories were spontaneous, passed down through oral tradition, evolving through the whispers of time. Words held power, and every syllable uttered around the fire was a prayer, a reminder of their bond to the land and each other. They felt the electric charge of the unseen, the spirit world that hovered just out of sight, weaving through the cracks of their everyday lives. The narratives often echoed the cycles of nature. When the seasons changed, so too did the stories. Spring brought tales of rebirth and renewal, while winter whispered of contemplation and rest. The summer sun ignited stories of growth and celebration, and the fall introduced themes of gratitude and transition. Nature was not an outside entity. It was a living, breathing partner in the stories that shaped the identity of these tribes. The air itself was filled with signs and omens, urging them to listen closely and heed the lessons of their ancestors. Yet, the beauty of these myths was punctuated by the shadows of pain. The arrival of outsiders, the encroachment of civilization, and the fight for their land birthed new tales, ones of loss, resistance, and adaptation. The stories began to shift, reflecting the struggles of a people whose very existence was under siege. But through adversity, they found strength. The owl, once a symbol of wisdom, became a guardian spirit, its watchful eyes ever vigilant against the darkness that threatened to consume them. In the smoky haze of that gathering, the elder's voice rose and fell like the tides, carrying the weight of loss and the hope for tomorrow. The children leaned closer, their eyes wide, soaking in the timeless teachings. It was here that they learned about the importance of family and the sacredness of their connection to the earth, lessons that would guide them through their lives. And yet, there were those who strayed from the path, those who reaped without regard, causing the balance to falter. The stories served as warnings, reminding them of the consequences of greed and disrespect. The earth, the waters, the animals, they were not mere resources, they were kin. The elders spoke of the consequences, of how the spirit of the land wept, how the mountains sighed in sorrow, urging the people to remember their place in the world. As tales of creation, transformation, and destruction unfolded, they revealed a universe rich with emotion, brimming with love and loss. The characters in these stories were relatable, painted with vivid hues of humanity. The tricksters had flaws, The heroes bore scars. Each narrative was a mirror, reflecting the complexities of life itself, evoking a spectrum of emotions, from laughter to tears, from hope to despair. The fire crackled and popped, snapping at the air, as if urging the elder to continue. The stories were alive, pulsating with energy, and everyone felt the current flowing through them, binding them together. At that moment, the generations united, the past melding into the present, and the promise of tomorrow shimmered just beyond the flames. The stories were never truly over. They were a continuum, a cycle of existence that could never be broken. Amidst the flickering light and the rising smoke, a sudden hush fell over the gathering. The elder paused, sensing the tension, the weight of anticipation heavy in the air. Outside, the wind howled, carrying whispers of ancient spirits and unspoken truths. The listeners held their breath, waiting for the next tale to unfold, sensing the pull of something greater. The night was far from over, and the stories had much more to reveal, their threads weaving into a destiny yet untold, beckoning and luring them into the depths of their own histories. Under the vast expanse of a star-studded sky, where the glow of the moon spills silver light across ancient trees, the crackle of a fire dances in the cool night air. Shadows flicker, and a circle of eager faces gathers, eyes wide with anticipation. The air is thick with stories waiting to be told, each heartbeat a reminder of generations past, where words wrapped in emotion weave their way into the very fabric of the community. In this sacred space, elders sit tall, their faces lined with the wisdom of ages, their voices a melodic blend of history and myth. They are the keepers of the oral traditions, a vibrant lifeline connecting the living to those who have walked before them. Every story shared is not merely a tale, it is a tapestry of culture, a lesson wrapped in laughter and tears, a bridge across time. As the fire crackles, so too does the energy in the air, charged with the power of those stories. Stories that teach the young about the stars above, the land beneath their feet, and the spirits that guide them. Few know that before written words adorned the pages of books, before history was recorded in ink, the heartbeats of indigenous cultures pulsed through oral traditions. These stories were the soul of their societies, passed from mouth to ear, echoing through the ages. They were not just stories, they were survival maps, guiding people through the dangers of their world, teaching them about food, the changing seasons, and the wisdom of their ancestors. In the telling, knowledge was not lost. It was transformed, made alive with every retelling. One could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors as the storyteller begins, painting vivid pictures with his words. He speaks of the Great Spirit who roamed the earth, creating mountains and rivers, breathing life into every creature. The listeners are entranced, feeling the warmth of the sun on their skin and the chill of the wind through the trees. They can see the great herds of buffalo thundering across the plains, feel the tension in the air as hunters prepared for a sacred hunt. It is more than entertainment. It is history, pulsating in rhythm with their own hearts. In some cultures, these stories hold the key to sacred rites and ceremonies. The words are powerful, imbued with a magic that transcends time and space. They speak of creation, of the first humans molded from clay, of floods that wiped out the world, and of the brave souls who emerged anew. These stories are not just relics of the past. They shape identity, forge community bonds, and instill a sense of belonging. Children sit wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited, each tale a seed planted in their hearts, destined to bloom into their understanding of who they are. The laughter of children fills the air, mixing with the solemn echoes of the past as the tales shift from light-hearted fables of mischievous tricksters to grave warnings about angering the spirits of the earth. With each twist and turn of the narrative, the elders teach morals, ethics, and the importance of respect for nature. The listener's emotions rise and fall, a symphony of joy, sadness, terror, and triumph, the very essence of what it means to be human. But there are darker tales too, tales of loss and devastation. One elder shares a haunting story about the arrival of strangers, how their laughter and bright dresses masked intentions that would shatter communities like fragile glass. The fire sputters, and the air grows thick with tension. Eyes widen, and breaths catch as he recounts the pain of betrayal, the loss of lands, and the desperate fight to preserve the stories that were at risk of fading into silence. The sadness in the air is palpable, a reminder of the fragility of existence, the very real struggles that still resonate today. As the night deepens, the stories intertwine with the rhythms of the earth itself, the crackling fire mirroring the heartbeat of the world. Wisdom flows not just from the words, but from the way they are shared. Each sharing is a communal act, an affirmation that the past lives on in the future. Young and old alike share in the responsibility of keeping these stories alive, ensuring that the lessons learned are not lost, but passed down through the generations like a precious heirloom. In every gathering, there is a moment when silence envelops the circle, a breath held in reverence for the stories that shaped their lives. An elder might speak softly, reminding everyone that the stories are not just about them, but about the land, the animals, and the spirits that inhabit their world. Each narrative is a thread woven into a larger tapestry, each voice adding color and depth. This is the essence of belonging, understanding that you are part of something larger, a force of nature that continues to pulse with life and energy. As the night unfolds, the stories morph, taking new shapes, reflecting the unique experiences of those who tell them. The storyteller becomes a vessel, channeling not just his own memories, but the collective heart of the community. Each story told reinforces the bonds of kinship, the intertwined fates of people and nature, of past and future. The air thickens with emotion, and each listener feels a part of this grand narrative, a narrative that is both fragile and powerful, a living testament to resilience. As dawn begins to break, the horizon blushes with the promise of a new day. The fire dwindles to glowing embers, yet the resonance of the stories lingers, echoing softly in the hearts of those who gathered. They leave with their spirits lifted, the weight of history resting lightly on their shoulders. Enhanced by the whispers of their forebears, they carry forward the mantle of storytelling, knowing that as long as they share the tales, the past will not fade and the future will be enriched. And so, the cycle continues, for in every story lies a heartbeat, a reminder that they are connected to a lineage that stretches back through time. The sun rises, casting a golden light on the land, and in that moment, the world feels alive with the stories yet to be told, waiting to be woven into the fabric of life once more. Beneath the quiet canopy of ancient trees, where sunlight filtered through leaves like golden rain, creation myths whispered on the wind. They spoke of beginnings, of moments when the world was still a canvas waiting for the artist's touch. The air thrummed with the pulse of stories that shaped entire cultures, their echoes dancing in the shadows. As the sun dipped below the horizon, The flickering glow of a fire ignited flickers of ancient memories, where every crackle seemed to call forth the spirits of old. In the northern reaches, the Inuit people believed that a great celestial being, the raven, was responsible for shaping the world. This raven, dark as the night sky, was once white, but his heart carried a heavy burden. One day, he stole the sun, wrapping it in his wings. The world rejoiced as light spilled forth, illuminating the frozen expanse. But the raven, forever caught between his gift and his guilt, spent his life watching over the land he brightened. Underneath the shimmering auroras, the Inuit told stories of how Raven, while cradling the sun, also created the first humans from bits of clay, and how he blew life into them with a breath so powerful that it stirred the very winds. Each breath of the raven was a reminder of the balance between creation and destruction, light and dark, joy and grief. Farther south, the Ojibwe spoke of the great water monster, a creature so vast that its body spanned the waters of the world. In the beginning, there was nothing but this creature lying beneath the chaos of the void, filled with dreams of the world to come. When the Creator decided to shape the earth, it was the water monster who stirred. As the first land began to rise, the creature writhed in pain, splashing waves that formed rivers and lakes. The Ojibwe believed that from the water monster's tears, the first flowers bloomed, their petals vibrant and alive. The monster, though terrifying, was the mother of all life, teaching the people the importance of understanding their place within the web of existence. As the stories flowed like the rivers they described, the Cherokee told of the Great Spirit who molded the earth with tender hands. In their creation myth, the Great Spirit took a single drop of water and transformed it into a vast ocean, then pulled the land from its depths. Mountains rose, valleys formed, and in the heart of this creation, the Spirit planted a single seed. That seed, nurtured by the sun and kissed by the rain, grew into a great tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens. The Cherokee believed that all life sprang from this tree, which became a symbol of hope and connection. As they sat around their fires, the sound of their voices entwined with the rustling leaves, telling tales of how the tree whispered secrets to the birds and taught the creatures of the earth how to live in harmony. The tension of these narratives hung thick in the air, each story a note in a symphony of origins. The stories wove together the fabric of existence, touching upon themes of sacrifice, love, and the eternal struggle for balance. The people, captivated by their roots, felt the weight of their ancestors' hopes and fears resting gently on their shoulders. In the shadows of the vast plains, the Lakota Sioux recounted the tale of Wiyukta, the first man who roamed the earth in search of his purpose. He wandered through the land of endless grass, calling upon the spirits of the four directions for guidance. From the north came the wisdom of the elders, from the east, the promise of new beginnings, from the south, the warmth of compassion, and from the west, the strength of the storms. The voices formed a chorus that urged him to seek out the sacred pipe, a gift from the Creator that united all living beings. As Wiyukta knelt in reverence, he learned that life was not just about survival, but about connection, each breath, each heartbeat resonating with the essence of the world around him. As dusk deepened into night, the stories of the Pueblo tribes emerged from the crackling fire. They spoke of the emergence of the first people from the depths of the earth, a journey fraught with trials. Led by the sun and moon, they navigated through layers of darkness, facing fears and doubts that threatened to pull them back into the abyss. With each step, they gathered knowledge, wisdom, and strength. The Pueblo believed that the universe was a living tapestry, woven with their experiences, and that every thread was vital to the whole. They danced to celebrate their emergence, their movements a reflection of the stories they carried, echoing through the canyons like a heartbeat, a reminder that they were not just a part of the land, but of something far greater. The heat of the fire flickered low as the stories intertwined, each one a note in a never-ending melody. The air grew thick with the weight of emotion, a shared understanding that these myths were not just tales, but lifeblood. Each story crafted bridges between generations, connecting the past with the present, binding the hearts of all who listened. In the shadows, a sense of longing lingered, a yearning for the connection that came from shared narratives. The stars began to peek through the vast tapestry of night, each twinkling light a reminder of the spirits that walked alongside them, the ancestors, the guardians, the unseen. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shapes that danced across the faces of those who gathered, eyes wide with wonder. They were all part of this eternal story, a living testament to the resilience of creation, to the beauty of the unseen connections that wove them all together in a tapestry of life. Under the shimmering cloak of twilight, a coyote stood at the edge of the arid desert, silhouetted against a sky splattered with stars. Its howl pierced the stillness, a haunting melody that danced through the night and sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. This was no ordinary creature. It was a trickster, a being woven into the very fabric of Native American myths, a figure both beloved and feared. The coyote was not merely an animal, it was a reflection of humanity's complexities, a conduit for lessons hidden within laughter and chaos. Legends whispered through the ages, revealing how Coyote danced along the edge of creation itself. He had a knack for turning order into disorder, slipping through the cracks of morality and ethics, showing that life was rarely black and white. Tales passed down through generations spoke of how he once snatched fire from the hands of the gods, only to drop it and watch it ignite a forest in a frenzy of flames. The flickering light revealed shadows of those who had been lost and those who had found wisdom in their blunders. Coyote reveled in chaos, not out of malice, but to teach those who dared to listen. Much farther north, in the misty terrains of the Pacific Northwest, ravens soared high above the towering pines, with feathers as dark as the abyss and a beak that shone with cunning intelligence. Raven, too, was a trickster. He was the great creator, the one who brought light to a world steeped in darkness. In one tale, he found a great clamshell that held the sun, tightly shut, guarded by beings who were blessed with light. With a mix of trickery and charm, Raven transformed himself into a baby, lured the guardians into a false sense of security, and seized the sun, letting its warm rays spill into the world and brighten the lives of all creatures. However, Raven's stories were not without their consequences. Each clever act bore the weight of repercussions. As light spilled into existence, it also cast shadows, and the delicate balance of life was shifted. Raven's laughter echoed through the trees, a bittersweet reminder that even the most magical of actions can lead to unexpected sorrows. This duality of joy interwoven with pain was the essence of the trickster's legacy. As the tales continued to weave through the ages, they became more than stories. They turned into mirrors, reflecting the human experience. The trickster archetype, embodied by Coyote and Raven, served as a reminder of the folly of arrogance. They reminded the people that wisdom often lay in the most unexpected places, that laughter could coexist with tears, and that life itself was an unpredictable journey. In the far reaches of the plains, a young girl named Asha listened to her grandmother's voice crackle like the fire that warmed their small dwelling. The old woman spoke of Coyote's antics, how he once challenged the sun to a race, only to be outsmarted and left basking in the shadow of his own ego. Asha's eyes widened, the flicker of the fire reflecting in her gaze as she absorbed every word, heart pounding with the thrill of the story. With each twist and turn, she felt the tug of the trickster within her, a yearning to understand the world, not just through logic, but through the lens of humor, irony, and even mischief. But the tales weren't always lighthearted. Coyote's hunger for mischief often led to heartache, and Asha learned that sometimes laughter could mask deeper truths. There were stories of loss and betrayal, of love found and lost, all tangled within the playful narratives. The line between joy and sorrow blurred, and Asha found herself wrapped in a cocoon of emotions, understanding that life was a complex tapestry woven with threads of both laughter and tears. Deep in the heart of the forest, a gathering was taking place under the watchful gaze of the full moon. The villagers came together, drums pounding in the night air, voices rising in song as they celebrated Raven's cunning. Children laughed as they listened to the tales of Raven's escapades, but the elders shared a warning, a reminder that every trickster often paid a price for their cleverness. And so, the cycle continued, a dance of lessons learned through laughter and caution. Amid the celebration, a young boy named Tenzin felt a spark within him. He wanted to be like Raven, to weave stories that would inspire others to think differently. He imagined himself crafting tales of his own, stories where he could be the hero, the trickster, and the wise one all at once. As he listened to the elders, Tenzin could feel the weight of their words, the echoes of history wrapping around him like a thick fog. But what if he failed? What if his stories fell flat and laughter turned to silence? The uncertainty gnawed at him, yet the fire within flickered with hope. Perhaps that was the essence of the trickster, the endless dance with risk, the willingness to embrace both success and failure. Tenzin could feel the pulse of the stories thrumming through him, igniting a fire that refused to be extinguished. As the night wore on, the laughter and music filled the air, intertwining with the ancient echoes of tricksters past. The shadows deepened, and with them came the understanding that every story told was part of a larger narrative, a shared tapestry of human experience, filled with the colors of joy, sorrow, courage, and vulnerability. And so, Coyote and Raven continued their eternal dance, reminding all who dared to listen that life was a journey full of twists and turns, where laughter and tears coexisted, and where the heart could take flight, even in the midst of uncertainty. Their stories lingered, wrapping around the villagers like a warm embrace, beckoning them to continue the tradition, to weave their own tales into the rich tapestry of existence. Each whisper of wind carried the promise of new beginnings, new lessons, and the ever-present call of the trickster, waiting to reveal the next great adventure. A lone wolf howled at the silver moon, its voice echoing through the stillness of the night. The sound carried with it ancient stories, secrets of the land, and the heartbeat of a people connected to every creature that roamed the earth. Native narratives pulse with life, entwining the human experience with the wild and wondrous beings that share the world. Each animal is not merely a creature, it is a teacher, a guide, a sacred presence woven into the tapestry of existence. In the stories of the Ojibwe, the bear is revered not as a beast to fear, but as a symbol of strength and introspection. The bear's slow, deliberate movements mirror the wisdom of patience. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows, the elders would gather children around the flickering fire, their voices low and rhythmic, sharing tales of the bear's journeys through the forests. They spoke of how the bear hibernates, sleeping through the coldest nights, a reminder that there is power in rest and renewal. Children listened, wide-eyed, as they imagined the bear's great presence, sensing the warmth of its spirit wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. Eagles soared high above, their sharp eyes surveying the land. In the traditions of the Lakota, the eagle embodies the connection between earth and sky, carrying prayers on its wings. As the eagle swoops down, children learn to look up and dream big. They believe that when an eagle appears, it's as if the Great Spirit is offering guidance. With each flap of its wings, hope is ignited, and the possibilities of tomorrow unfold like the petals of a flower. Elders, standing on the sacred grounds, would speak of their ancestors who trusted the eagle's flight, who followed the bird to find their path. The air would crackle with electricity, and the children would feel the pull of something greater than themselves, a call to honor their place in the vast circle of life. Yet, the tales are not always gentle. The story of the coyote carries a different weight on the hearts of many tribes. Often depicted as a trickster, the coyote is both a source of laughter and a lesson in humility. Its mischief teaches that life is unpredictable, and wisdom can come from the most unexpected places. Around countless fires, laughter would erupt as the elders recounted the coyote's clever schemes, each punchline punctuated by the crackling of the fire. But beneath the humor lies a truth. The coyote reminds listeners that arrogance can lead to folly. In the moments of darkness, when challenges loom large, the coyote's playful spirit encourages resilience and adaptability. With the rhythm of the seasons, the salmon's journey upstream symbolizes perseverance. In the stories of the Pacific Northwest tribes, the salmon is a powerful being, embodying life's cyclical nature. From the moment they are born, they face trials, swimming against the current, battling through rapids and predators. The elders speak of the salmon's return to spawn, a spectacular display of determination. Children sit in rapt attention, imagining themselves as the fish, fighting their way home. Their hearts swell with the understanding that every struggle bears fruit, and each journey, no matter how arduous, leads to growth. The salmon teaches that while the path may be difficult, it is the journey itself that shapes who you become. Then there are the stories of the buffalo, the great herders of the plains. They are revered for their strength, their nurturing spirit, and their role in sustaining the tribes. The Plains Indians, in particular, tell of the buffalo's sacrifice, a symbol of gratitude and respect for the life it gives. The elders recount how every part of the buffalo is used, each piece carrying a purpose. When the buffalo roamed freely, the earth flourished, and so did the people. As the sun sets, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the sound of drums fills the air, and the dance begins, a dance of gratitude for the buffalo, a celebration of interconnectedness. Children are swept into the rhythm, feeling the thump of the earth beneath their feet and the weight of history in their bones. Animals provide more than lessons. They serve as messengers of the spirit world. The whisper of the wind carries tales of ancestors, and the rustle of leaves tells of their presence. An owl hoots in the distance, its call a reminder that wisdom often comes in the quiet moments, urging those who listen to be still. The stories shared under the night sky create a bond, a collective heartbeat that reverberates through time. The teachings of the animals flow through generations, knitting together the past with the present. As the night deepens and stars blanket the sky, the stories continue to emerge, swirling like the smoke from the fire. Each animal, each narrative, becomes a thread in a grand tapestry that binds together the fabric of life. The stories are not merely told, they are lived, felt in the marrow of existence, echoing in the laughter of children and the wisdom of elders. In this sacred space, where animals speak and the land breathes, the narratives remind all who listen of their role within nature. As the stories unfold, tensions rise and fall, emotions dance between joy and sorrow, resilience and vulnerability. The past intertwines with the present, and the listener is left hanging on every word, every breath, captivated by the profound connection shared with the animal world. Their significance resonates, echoing through time, each tale a thread that ties the hearts of people to the world around them, urging them to remember and honor the sacredness of life. With each vibrant scene and heartfelt lesson, the stories of animals weave a rich history, a living legacy that pulses with energy, reminding all of the delicate balance of life, the sacredness of each creature's existence. The narratives refuse to be contained, spilling over like rivers, flowing into the next moment, the next heartbeat, where the connection between humanity and nature waits to be explored further, beckoning with the promise of deeper understanding and reverence. In the beginning, there were mountains that scraped the skies, rivers that whispered ancient songs, and forests that breathed life into the very air around them. Each stone, each stream, held tales of gods and heroes, weaving the fabric of existence itself. From the jagged peaks of Olympus, where Zeus hurled thunderbolts, to the depths of the Nile, where Osiris ruled over the dead, the geography of the earth became a canvas painted with myth and magic. In every corner of the world, landscapes formed the backbone of belief systems, their contours alive with the spirits of the past. The towering Himalayas, shrouded in snow, were not merely mountains. They were the abode of the gods, a sacred place where the divine kissed the earth. Pilgrims would trek across treacherous paths, driven by faith, their hearts racing with the promise of enlightenment, each step a prayer whispered into the wind. The very air hummed with stories of creation, destruction, and rebirth, a reminder of the delicate balance between mortals and the divine. Then there were the vast deserts, like the Sahara, where the sun blazed mercilessly, yet life found a way to thrive amidst the dunes. Bedouins spoke of spirits that roamed the sands, invisible yet ever present, guiding their camels beneath the stars. The wind carried their tales, swirling like the grains of sand beneath their feet, each a testament to survival against the odds. The desert was a place of trials, where one could confront their deepest fears and emerge transformed, just as the phoenix rose from its ashes. In contrast, the lush green valleys of the Fertile Crescent cradled civilization itself, the cradle of humanity. Here, rivers like the Tigris and Euphrates flowed with the promise of life, nurturing crops that fed entire nations. Yet, they were also rivers of fate, where gods intervened in the lives of mortals. Myths sprang to life with every flood and drought, every harvest and famine. The people revered these waterways, building temples along their banks, believing that the very currents held the keys to prosperity and doom. In the north, the icy fjords of Scandinavia whispered of giants and trolls, creatures of the deep who shaped the earth with their very existence. The towering cliffs were said to be the remnants of battles fought by gods, echoes of clashing swords still resonating in the cold air. Norse warriors clad in armor would gaze upon these formations, feeling the pulse of their ancestors beneath their feet, knowing that the land bore witness to every triumph and tragedy. The mountains were not just stone, they were living entities, guardians of ancient wisdom and power. The rich tapestry of mythology stretched across continents, binding cultures like threads in a grand design. In China, the Yellow River was more than a watercourse. It was the mother of civilization, nurturing dynasties and shaping history. Dragons, the embodiment of strength and good fortune, danced through the clouds above, with their presence felt in the ebb and flow of water. People would gather at riverbanks, offering incense and prayers, seeking blessings as the water glimmered under the sun, a shimmering pathway to the heavens. Each landscape bore witness to the rise and fall of empires, with the echoes of history lingering like the scent of rain on parched earth. The ruins of Machu Picchu, perched high in the Andes, stood as a testament to the Incan civilization's reverence for the mountains. They believed that the peaks held the spirits of their ancestors, watching over the living. Every stone was laid with purpose, each temple aligned with celestial bodies, connecting the earthly to the divine. It was a sacred place where the air was thick with prayers, a location that seemed to hum with the energy of those who had walked its paths. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the land, the myths that defined these landscapes echoed louder, intertwining with the very essence of the earth. The world seemed to breathe in unison with its stories. Every rustle of leaves and every ripple of water carried secrets of love, loss, and hope. The mountains sighed with the weight of old legends, while the valleys sang soft lullabies to sleeping giants. Each landscape was a chapter, an ongoing narrative that never truly ended. In the Arctic, the northern lights danced across the sky, a celestial phenomenon that the Inuit people believed were the spirits of their ancestors guiding them. The icy expanse was filled with both beauty and danger, a reminder of the duality of life itself. As the auroras shimmered in vibrant colors, they painted the night with tales of bravery and sacrifice, a spectacle that pulled at the very soul of those who dared to dream beneath its glow. Here, the land was not merely a backdrop. It was a living, breathing entity that held the world's story within its folds. The spiritual landscapes, rich with mythology, stirred the hearts of those who walked upon them. Each step was steeped in reverence, for the earth was a sacred place, a bridge between the seen and the unseen. Gods became incarnate in the rivers, mountains, and forests, their whispers calling out to those who listened closely. The very geography of the world was a testament to the intertwined destinies of mortals and the divine, a reminder that every peak, every valley, was alive with history, passion, and emotion. As the night deepened, the stories of the land beckoned, urging those who were willing to listen to delve deeper into the myths that shaped their existence. The geography of life was painted not just in shades of earth and sky, but in the rich tapestry of dreams, fears, and hopes that transcended time itself. Each landscape was a portal, a doorway to realms unseen, where the past intertwined with the present, creating a continuum of belief and wonder that was as limitless as the heavens above. In the flickering shadows of a dying campfire, the hush of the night wraps around a group of listeners, hearts pounding and breaths held. An elder, eyes sparkling like the stars above, leans forward, her voice weaving a tapestry of stories that transcends time. She speaks of women, powerful, wise, and resilient figures who shape the very essence of Native American myths. The air thickens with tension, the weight of their stories hanging like a silver thread, connecting generations. From the very beginning, women in these tales are not mere companions or side characters. They are the architects of creation, the guardians of wisdom, and the fierce protectors of their people. In one story, a woman named Sky Woman descends from the heavens, bringing with her the seeds of life. As she falls, the world beneath her waits in anticipation. She lands on the back of a great turtle, which becomes the earth itself. The moment is electric, a profound reminder that life springs forth from the nurturing spirit of a woman. As her tale unfolds, the listeners can't help but feel a surge of emotion. Sky Woman plants the seeds and teaches the people how to cultivate the land. Her wisdom becomes the foundation of survival, and with every seed that sprouts, hope dances in the hearts of the people. Generations later, they will still whisper her name, honoring the strength she embodied. The crackle of the fire punctuates the silence, mirroring the heartbeat of life she inspired. But not all stories are soft and nurturing. The elders share tales of fierce warriors, women who fought alongside men, wielding weapons with unmatched courage. In one legend, a woman named Pocahontas stands against the tide of expansion, her spirit unyielding. She is not just a romantic figure. She embodies the fierce independence of her people and becomes a bridge between worlds. The listeners lean closer, captivated by the fire in her heart and the grit in her resolve. The tension thickens as they realize her sacrifices echo through the ages, a reminder that women's voices have always been intertwined with the fight for survival. As the elder continues, her voice rises and falls like the wind, carrying the weight of centuries. She recounts the story of Spider-Woman, a creative force who spins the web of life itself. With delicate precision, she weaves the destinies of her people, reminding all that every thread matters. There's a beauty in her artistry, yet a haunting reality too. The tension of fate hangs heavy in the air. The listeners can almost feel the silk threads gliding through their fingers as they ponder their own roles in the intricate tapestry of existence. The stories of women are steeped in both tenderness and raw power, showing that softness can be a strength. Another tale speaks of the earth as a mother, embodying a woman's nurturing spirit. Her name is Earth Woman, and she cradles the land in her embrace. The earth trembles with her heartbeat, rivers flow with her tears, and mountains rise to honor her strength. She teaches her children the importance of respect, of living in harmony with nature. As the elder shares this, the crackling fire reflects the listener's growing understanding. The connection between women and the earth is sacred, each nurturing the other, forming a bond that cannot easily be broken. The night deepens, and the flickering light dances across the faces of the captivated audience. The elder's voice rises, filled with urgency. She tells of the women who carry the spirit of the wolf, shapeshifters who guide their people through trials. With each transformation, they embody the fierce loyalty and cunning intelligence of wolves. The tension builds as she describes how these women serve as protectors, not only of their families, but of the very essence of their culture. The listeners can almost hear the howls echoing in the distance, a haunting reminder of the fierce spirit that lives within the hearts of women. As the fire begins to wane, the elder shares one last tale, a story that feels like a jolt of electricity. A woman named Changing Woman embodies the cycle of life, her journey reflecting the seasons. She is the embodiment of renewal, teaching her people about growth, decay, and rebirth. In her story lies a profound truth. The essence of womanhood is a journey filled with challenges and triumphs. Each listener feels a pang of recognition, as if they, too, are on their own path of transformation, battling their own seasons of change. With every story, the elders have painted a vivid picture of women who are multifaceted, creators, warriors, nurturers, and guides. The atmosphere is electric. Hearts race with the weight of their histories. The fire's last embers glow like the flickering spirits of those women. The elder's voice softens, wrapping around her audience like a warm embrace. But the stories are not finished. They linger in the air, like whispers, hinting at the next chapter, the next layer of understanding that awaits. As the night wraps its arms around them, the listeners can feel that these tales of women are not just echoes of the past. They are living, breathing truths that pulse through the veins of every generation. In this sacred space, the past and present intertwine, and the air shimmers with potential, ready to lead them deeper into the rich tapestry of Native American lore. The stories of women, fierce and tender, weave on, each thread drawing them closer to the understanding that the role of women in these myths is not just about history. It's about the pulse of life itself, a rhythm that will continue to resonate as long as hearts beat and stories are shared. The night sky glimmered with countless stars, each one a reminder of the stories woven into the fabric of existence. Beneath this celestial blanket, a flickering fire cast shadows on the faces of a small gathering. They were not just any people. They were the keepers of ancient wisdom, the descendants of those who had walked the earth long before the first Europeans stepped foot on this land. Their voices, heavy with the weight of lineage and purpose, spoke of a force greater than themselves, a power that pulsed through the world, connecting all things. It was the Great Spirit. The elders sat in a circle, their hands raised in reverence, fingers entwined with the smoke that spiraled upward, meeting the stars in a silent communion. Each inhalation carried the fragrance of burning sage, an offering to the unseen forces that guided their lives. They spoke not in hurried tones, but with a cadence that matched the rhythm of the universe, filling the air with whispers of creation, balance, and the delicate dance of life and death. Through their words, the Great Spirit emerged, a presence that was both familiar and profound, a reminder that the divine was not distant, but deeply woven into the fabric of the everyday. In their stories, the Great Spirit was not confined to a single image or idea. It was the wind that rustled through the trees, the river that carved its path through the mountains, and the fire that warmed the coldest nights. It was the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of existence. The Great Spirit was the embodiment of all things, life-giving and life-taking, nurturing and fierce. It echoed in the laughter of children playing in sun-drenched fields and rang out in the silence of a snow-covered landscape where the world paused to listen. As the fire crackled, one elder began to recount a tale that seemed to breathe with life. He spoke of a great hunter, a man whose name was etched in the memory of his people. This hunter had an unbreakable bond with the Great Spirit. He would walk the forests, feeling the energy of the trees whispering their secrets, guiding him to where the deer grazed and the fish swam. Every step he took was a sacred dance, a movement that honored the life around him and the unseen force that provided sustenance and connection. But then came the day that shook the very foundations of their beliefs. The hunter's heart, once filled with reverence and gratitude, began to pulse with greed. He sought to conquer, to claim, and to possess. The Great Spirit, sensing the shift in his heart, withdrew its blessings. The rivers ran dry, the game became scarce, and the forests whispered warnings that went unheard. The hunter's quest for control turned into a desperate struggle as he faced the wrath of nature, embodied by the Great Spirit. In his darkest hour, he fell to his knees, tears mingling with the dust of the earth. It was then that he heard the voice of the Great Spirit, not in anger, but in a tender reminder of his connection to all living things. The elder's voice trembled with emotion as he continued, his words wrapping around the listeners like a warm embrace. In that moment, he said, the hunter learned that to harm one was to harm all. He understood that the Great Spirit was not a force to be tamed, but a companion to be respected. He offered his deepest apologies, and the Great Spirit, in its infinite wisdom, welcomed him back. The fire crackled and roared, as if echoing the triumph of the human spirit awakening to the truth. Faces glistened with tears, a testament to the power of forgiveness and the humbling journey back to harmony. It was a story of loss, redemption, and the unbreakable thread that links every creature, every tree, and every river to the Great Spirit. As the sun began to rise, painting the horizon in hues of gold and crimson, the gathering felt a shift in the air. The Great Spirit was not merely an abstract concept. It was alive in the world around them. The rustling leaves seemed to carry whispers of ancient truths, reminding them that every action had a ripple effect, every thought a consequence. The elders spoke of how the Great Spirit called upon them to live with intention, to honor the earth, and to respect the balance of life. Children, wide-eyed and innocent, played among the elders, their laughter a sweet symphony that resonated with the teachings of the Great Spirit. They were the next generation, tasked with carrying forward the wisdom imparted by their ancestors. As they chased each other under the vast sky, they embodied the purity of connection, untainted by the complexities of the world beyond the forest. But as dusk approached, a foreboding sense crept into the air, a reminder that the balance of life was fragile and easily disrupted. The elders shifted their focus, their voices growing serious as they spoke of the threats that loomed on the horizon. They warned of a time when the Great Spirit might withdraw its blessings once more, when the world would forget the sacredness of the earth and the interconnectedness of all beings. The ground beneath them trembled softly, a distant rumble that echoed the unrest in the hearts of those who walked the land. It was a call to action, a reminder that they were not merely passive observers, but active participants in a grand tapestry woven by the Great Spirit itself. The elders' warnings lingered in the air, a haunting melody that urged the listeners to rise, to stand guard against the encroachment of greed and disconnection. And so, the stories continued, passing from one voice to another, weaving a rich tapestry of lessons learned and yet to be learned. With each tale, the connection to the Great Spirit deepened, a living reminder that they were all part of something greater than themselves. As the last light of day faded, the fire burned brighter, a beacon in the gathering darkness. The spirit of the night wrapped around them, a silent promise that the Great Spirit was watching, waiting for them to remember their place in the world. In the embrace of the night, hope flickered like the flames, illuminating the path forward, where the legacy of the Great Spirit awaited. And just beyond the horizon, the dawn whispered of new beginnings, of lessons yet to be told, as the sacred dance of life continued, forever intertwined with the mystery of the divine. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient village, a young girl sat cross-legged on the cool earth, her breath held captive as the whispers of her ancestors drifted through the night air. Shadows danced on the walls of the small hut, and the scent of burning sage filled the space with a sense of reverence. The villagers believed that their loved ones never truly left. They lingered, watching over them from the other side, guiding their footsteps through life's tangled path. The flicker of the candle cast moving images of those who had come before, their faces etched in time, their stories woven into the fabric of the living. Throughout history, cultures have held a profound belief in the existence of ancestral spirits, those ethereal remnants of the past that linger on, creating a bridge between the living and the dead. In many traditions, the dead were not seen as gone, but transformed, still present among the living, embodying wisdom and protection. The ancient Egyptians revered their ancestors with great care, constructing elaborate tombs filled with provisions for the afterlife. For them, the journey into the next world was as significant as life itself, and failing to honor the dead would bring misfortune and sorrow. The rhythmic sound of drums echoed through the forest as a shaman called upon the spirits in a sacred ceremony. Villagers gathered, faces illuminated by firelight, their eyes glistening with anticipation and fear. Stories were told of the ancestors who had walked the earth, sharing lessons of love, resilience, and strength. Each tale was a thread, stitching the past to the present, weaving a rich tapestry of shared history that pulsated with life. The air was thick with emotion as voices lifted in unison, a haunting melody that summoned the spirits to join them, to remind them of their lineage and their place in the ongoing cycle of existence. In the highlands of the Andes, the Quechua people dedicated festivals to honor their ancestors, believing that the very mountains held the souls of their forebears. The peaks were not just rocks. They were living entities, guardians of the wisdom that flowed through generations. When dusk fell, families climbed the hills, carrying offerings of food and drink, their hearts full of gratitude. Each step was a prayer, each breath a bond with those who had shaped their lives. The night sky, speckled with stars, whispered promises of connection, urging them to remember. But not all encounters with ancestral spirits were serene. In many cultures, the spirits could be restless, burdened by unresolved matters or unfulfilled desires. In Japan, the Obon festival was a time to welcome back the spirits of the deceased, but it also served as a reminder that the past was not always peaceful. Lanterns were lit to guide the souls home, casting a soft glow on the faces of the living as they offered food and prayers. Yet beneath the surface, there was an understanding that some spirits wandered in sorrow, seeking closure, their presence a haunting reminder of life left unfinished. As the moon waxed and waned, the stories took on a life of their own, swirling through the air like mist, connecting the living to the essence of those who had passed. The ancient Greeks believed in the power of the dead to influence the living, and they honored their ancestors with elaborate rituals. In their minds, the afterlife was not a distant realm, but a continuation of existence, where the spirits roamed freely, participating in the lives of those still bound to the earth. For them, death was merely a doorway, and every offering made was a key to maintaining the bond between generations. In the jungles of the Amazon, tribes worshipped their ancestors through vibrant ceremonies that celebrated life, death, and rebirth. Music filled the air, and the scent of exotic flowers mixed with the earthiness of the forest. Dancers painted with natural pigments moved in rhythm, calling upon the spirits to bless their harvests, to guide their hunters, and to protect their children. The connection was visceral, felt in the pulse of the drum, in the sway of the bodies, in the laughter that echoed like ripples on a pond. Ancestors were not just memories, but living spirits entwined with their daily lives, a powerful force that shaped their identity. In the stillness of a cemetery, where shadows stretched long and the air held a chill, a woman knelt before a weathered gravestone, her heart heavy with grief. She laid fresh flowers at the base, her fingers trembling as she whispered words of love to her departed father. His spirit lingered in the quiet. She felt it in the rustle of the leaves, in the sigh of the wind that seemed to carry her message to him. She closed her eyes, envisioning his face, recalling the laughter they had shared, the lessons he had imparted. It was a sacred moment, one of connection and longing that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Festivals and rituals dedicated to the dead created spaces where the barriers between worlds softened. The Samhain celebration of the Celts marked the end of the harvest and the beginning of winter, a time when the veil between the living and the dead was at its thinnest. Bonfires blazed, illuminating the night, and families honored those who had passed, believing that their spirits could return for one night to share in the festivities. Laughter mingled with tears. Stories of ancestors were exchanged under the starry sky, and the warmth of community cradled them all in timeless embrace. As the candle flickered in the small hut, the young girl felt the weight of her ancestors' gaze upon her, a collective presence that enveloped her with warmth and love. The air tingled with electricity, a pulse of history that surged through her veins. She listened intently as the whispers grew louder, carrying tales from times long past, urging her to remember, to cherish, and to honor. Each story was a heartbeat, a reminder that she was never alone, that the essence of her lineage flowed through her, intertwined with the legacy of those who had walked before her. The night was alive with possibilities, and she was ready to embrace the unknown, to carry forth the stories that would shape her own path. As the shadows danced and the spirits stirred, a palpable connection thrummed in the air, drawing her ever closer to the next chapter of her existence, where the living and the dead would meet once again, their souls intertwined in an eternal dance of memory and love. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth as the last leaves of autumn whispered their farewells, dancing to the ground like old friends parting ways. The sun hung low, casting a golden hue that painted the world with an enchanting glow. It was a time of change, a season that stirred the soul and sparked stories that echoed through generations. In every corner of the earth, across the vast tapestry of cultures, tales emerged as the seasons shifted, binding humanity together with threads of myth and wonder. In ancient Greece, as winter approached, villagers gathered around flickering fires to honor Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. They spun tales of Persephone, who spent half the year in the underworld, transforming the land into a barren wasteland. The chill in the air sent shivers down their spines, but the stories warmed their hearts, reminding them that spring would return. The people sang songs of hope, waiting for the moment when the earth would awaken once more, bursting with life and color. Each story was a promise, a shared belief that change, while daunting, brought new beginnings. Across the oceans in the heart of the Andes, the indigenous people celebrated Inti Raymi, the festival of the sun. As the sun dipped low in the sky, they recounted the tale of Inti, the sun god who fought against the encroaching darkness of winter. Dressed in vibrant colors, they danced and twirled, their spirits igniting like the fire that crackled beside them. Each movement was infused with the energy of ancestral stories, binding them to their past while lighting the path forward. The rhythm of the drums echoed through the mountains, urging the sun to rise once more, and in that moment, they became part of something larger, an eternal cycle of rebirth. In the frosty reaches of Scandinavia, the Norse spoke of Yggdrasil, the great tree of life that connected all realms. Its branches were laden with tales of gods and giants, woven into the very fabric of winter's embrace. As snow blanketed the land, families huddled close, sharing the saga of Odin's quest for wisdom, of battles fought and won beneath the stars. The frost outside was fierce, but inside, hearts glowed with the warmth of stories passed down like heirlooms. With each word, they transformed the chill into something magical, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could be found. In Japan, as cherry blossoms began to bloom, the people welcomed Hanami, the celebration of spring. Beneath the delicate petals, families gathered to share stories of love and loss, of fleeting moments that mirrored the beauty of life itself. Children laughed, their giggles mingling with the gentle rustle of blossoms overhead. The stories flowed like a river, weaving through the laughter and sorrow. Each moment, a precious reminder that change was not to be feared, but celebrated. As the blossoms fell, they carried with them the legacy of those who came before, eternally intertwined with the present. The tales of the seasons were not just stories, they were lifelines connecting the past to the present. In Africa, the Maasai people honored the rains with rituals that echoed through the savannah. Under the vast night sky, they spoke of the Great Spirit, who breathed life into the land. The sound of drums resonated, calling forth the ancestors who walked before them. With each beat, the stories grew, filling the air with a sense of unity and strength. As lightning flashed in the distance, the villagers sang songs that echoed the heartbeat of the earth, a tribute to the power of transformation and resilience. The rain would come, washing away the old to make way for the new, a cycle as timeless as the stars above. In the shadows of the Himalayas, the people awaited the arrival of monsoon season with reverence. They gathered to recount the legends of the great river goddess Ganga, whose waters brought life to the parched land. Each story was a prayer, a plea for the rains that would transform the barren fields into a sea of green. With the first drops that danced upon the earth, their hearts soared with hope. The seasons danced around them, and the tales of ancestors whispered through the trees, reminding them that every ending was merely a new beginning. As the world turned, the narratives intermingled, a rich tapestry of emotions and experiences. The stories of change were not merely fables, they were reflections of the human condition, capturing joy, fear, love, and loss. The cycle of seasons mirrored the cycles of life: birth, growth, decay, and rebirth, each moment infused with meaning. They understood that to celebrate the seasons was to honor their own journeys, to embrace the ebb and flow of existence. In the twilight of winter, as the winds howled, the stories wrapped around the villagers like a warm blanket. They felt the tension build, the anticipation of spring's arrival, tinged with anxiety and excitement. Would the ice break? Would the sun shine again? The questions lingered, but the tales gave them courage. With each telling, they reminded one another that change was a part of their identity, a gift that held the promise of new life, new stories yet to be written. And as the last embers of the fire glowed dimly, They held tightly to the threads of their shared humanity, knowing that every season brought with it a chance to connect, to remember, and to dream. The stories continued to swirl around them, weaving a web of hope that would carry them into the future, where the next season awaited, ready to unfold its wonders, its trials, and its timeless tales. Beneath the vast expanse of a star-filled sky, where the winds whispered secrets to the trees, a young boy named Tyanita stood at the edge of a great forest. His heart raced, echoing the rhythm of the drumbeats from the distant village. Tonight was different. Tonight, he would step into a tale as old as the land itself, a tale of bravery, spirit, and transformation. Tyanita's village spoke of a sacred quest, a journey that stretched beyond the boundaries of the physical world. It was a dance of life and death, victory and sacrifice, woven into the very fabric of their existence. The elders whispered of the hero's journey, a path taken by many before him, who had gone to the mountains or the rivers and returned, forever changed. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the stories told around the fire, of warriors who faced their fears, of spirits who guided them, and of the wisdom that awaited at the end of their trials. The flickering flames painted shadows on his face, and for a moment he felt the weight of hundreds of years resting on his small shoulders. As he took his first step into the thicket, a chill danced in the air. Every rustle of the leaves held a whisper, beckoning him further into the embrace of the unknown. Tyanita thought of the stories of Coyote, the trickster whose laughter echoed through the mountains, leading many to their fates. Would he find the coyote in these woods, or would fate weave a different story for him? The uncertainty electrified him, made his heart thump louder, urging him onward. He came to a clearing where a shimmering pool mirrored the stars. The water was still, yet pulsing with life, as if it held the very essence of the world. Kneeling by its edge, Tyanita gazed into the depths, envisioning the spirits of the ancestors watching over him. Would they guide him? Would they challenge him? He closed his eyes and whispered his name, as the tradition demanded, feeling the coolness of the ground beneath him. Then came the sound, soft at first, like the rustling of feathers. The air thickened with anticipation. Tyanita opened his eyes, and there, perched on a low branch, was a magnificent owl, its eyes vast and knowing. In Native American lore, the owl was a symbol of wisdom and foresight. Heart pounding, he felt the weight of the moment. He was being chosen. The owl hooted, a sound that reverberated through the air, and Tyanita understood. The journey had begun. With the owl as his guide, Tyanita ventured deeper into the woods. Shadows danced around him, twisting and turning in the moonlight. Each step felt heavy, yet exhilarating. He was not just a boy anymore. He was a warrior in training, destined to meet spirits, face trials, and perhaps even discover his true self. The owl fluttered above him, leading him toward the mountains where the ancients spoke of a great spirit that resided, a guardian of knowledge. As he climbed, the air grew thin, and the world below faded into a patchwork of greens and browns. A storm began to brew in the distance, dark clouds rolling in, like the thunderous drums of warriors preparing for battle. Tyanita felt a surge of fear, and yet a strange thrill coursed through his veins. Was this the storm that would test him? Was the universe challenging his resolve? Just as the first raindrops fell, he reached the peak. There, in the midst of swirling winds, he spotted a figure cloaked in mist, a great spirit, tall and imposing, eyes like fiery coals. Tyanita's breath caught in his throat. This was the moment he had awaited, the encounter that would define him. The spirit spoke, its voice resonating like the echoing calls of ancient warriors. "What do you seek, young one?" His voice trembled as he answered, "I seek the truth about myself, the strength to protect my people, and the wisdom to walk the path of the brave." The spirit's gaze pierced through him, searching for the honesty in his heart. Tayanita felt vulnerable, exposed, as if his very soul lay bare before the ancient being. The spirit nodded slowly, and with a wave of its hand, the storm swelled around them. Lightning flashed, illuminating the shadows of Tayanita's fears, failure, doubt, loss. He stumbled back, feeling the weight of his insecurities overwhelming him. But in that moment of chaos, the spirit extended its arm, and Tayanita felt a warmth envelop him, a surge of energy that ignited a spark deep within. "Embrace your journey," the spirit intoned, "for every challenge will carve you into the hero you are meant to be." With those words, the clouds parted, revealing a brilliant moon that bathed the peak in silvery light. A sense of clarity washed over Tayanita, and amid the storm, he found his footing. He closed his eyes, remembering his village. The laughter of his friends, the stories of his ancestors that echoed through the years. He would not just fight for himself, but for them. The winds howled around him, but he stood firm, heart racing with newfound determination. As the storm began to wane, the spirit's form began to dissolve into the mist, leaving Tayanita with a single feather, glowing softly in the moonlight. It was a gift, a reminder of his encounter. With renewed resolve, he descended the mountain, carrying not just the weight of his quest, but the light of purpose. The forest seemed alive, whispering encouragement as he made his way back. The owl reappeared, soaring above him, guiding him home. Every shadow now felt like a companion, every rustle like a cheer. Tayanita understood that the hero's journey was not just a solitary path, but a tapestry woven with the lives and spirits of many. As he emerged from the trees, the village welcomed him with open arms, laughter and song filling the air. He was not just Tayanita anymore. He was a bearer of stories, a bridge between worlds, the boy who stepped into the unknown and returned transformed. The fire crackled, shadows danced, and as he took his place among his people, he felt the warmth of their pride envelop him, igniting a flame within that would never extinguish. And just beyond the horizon, unseen but ever present, lay the next challenge, waiting to unfold as the moon watched over him, a constant reminder of the journey that lay ahead. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden rays that danced through the leaves of ancient trees. An owl hooted softly in the distance, its voice echoing through the stillness of the forest. Each rustle of the foliage seemed to whisper secrets, as if the very air carried the weight of ages. In that moment, every living thing felt interconnected, as though the roots of the earth entwined with the souls of those who wandered through it. This was nature at its most profound, a tapestry woven with threads of spirituality that transcended time. In ancient cultures, nature wasn't just a backdrop, it was sacred. The Native American tribes revered the land, believing that every river, mountain, and creature held a spirit. They danced between the trees, singing songs that called out to the spirits of their ancestors. Each flicker of firelight in their ceremonies was a bridge to the unseen, a heartbeat shared with the cosmos. This belief wasn't just folklore, it was a lifeline, a connection to something greater, something that offered solace in the storms of life. Across the ocean, in the lush valleys of the Celts, the Druid priests walked barefoot on the dew-kissed grass, attuning their spirits to the whispers of the wind. They saw the divine in the cycle of the seasons, in the blooming of flowers and the falling of leaves. Nature was their church, and the stones, trees, and rivers were their sacred texts. Each gust of wind spoke of change, while the steady growl of the ocean reminded them of life's ebb and flow. It was a dance of energy, a symphony between mankind and the earth, where every heartbeat echoed the pulse of the universe. In those moments, the air shimmered with possibility. The soil beneath their feet held stories of struggles and triumphs, of birth and decay. The ancient Greeks had their own interpretations, their philosophies steeped in the natural world. The god Pan, half man and half goat, embodied the wildness of nature, a reminder that there was beauty in chaos. People traveled to sacred groves, seeking guidance from the divine, believing that the gods roamed freely among the trees and streams, watching, listening, and perhaps even laughing. But as time marched on, the connection began to fray. The rise of industrialization cast a shadow over these age-old beliefs. Cities grew, and the concrete jungles replaced forests. The cries of nature faded into the background of daily life, muffled by the roar of machines and the bustle of crowds. Yet, even amidst the chaos, the yearning for that connection grew stronger. There was a longing to return to the quiet moments when the moon hung low and the stars glittered like diamonds in the sky. In a small village, a woman named Ilara sought solace in the woods, where the roots of the trees tangled like the thoughts in her mind. She found herself drawn to a gnarled oak, its trunk wide and wise, as if it held the secrets of the universe. Sitting against its base, she closed her eyes and felt the rough bark against her back. With each breath, she imagined the earth pulling her in, grounding her spirit and reminding her that she was not alone. She could almost hear the soft heartbeat of the tree, a rhythm that matched her own. Ilara had always felt a kinship with nature, a bond that transcended words. The rustling leaves called to her like an old friend, and the songs of the birds filled her with hope. But the world had become so loud, so distracting. She craved the quiet whispers of the earth. On that day, as the sun slipped behind the hills, she felt the weight of the past pressing gently on her shoulders. The ancestors of her village had walked these paths, gathering herbs and telling tales of spirits that danced in the moonlight. As the twilight deepened, shadows stretched across the ground, and a chill crept into the air. Ilara opened her eyes and gazed at the sky, where stars began to twinkle like distant lanterns. She reached her hand up, feeling the coolness of the evening air brush against her skin. In that moment, she understood that she was part of something larger, a web of existence that connected all living things. Her heart raced, and goosebumps prickled her arms as she felt a surge of energy, a vivid reminder of the spiritual essence that thrived all around her. But the magic of that night was about to deepen. The wind picked up, swirling through the trees, carrying with it the soft whispers of those who had come before. The forest was alive, and the spirits of the ancients seemed to gather, inviting her to listen. Ilara's breath quickened as she leaned closer to the ground, where small flowers peeked out from the shadows. Their delicate petals glowed, illuminated by the moonlight, as if the very essence of life was spilling forth in vibrant colors. In that instant, she saw visions of her ancestors, their faces etched in the bark of the trees, their laughter ringing through the air like a sweet melody. They danced beneath the stars, their spirits entwined with the earth, reminding her that she was never truly alone. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she realized the power of her connection to nature. Each droplet was a tribute, a silent prayer to the forces that had shaped her existence. Far away, in a corner of the world untouched by modernity, a young boy named Chemo sat beside a river, his feet dipping into the cool waters. The sun kissed his skin, and he marveled at the shimmering surface that reflected the sky above. His grandfather had taught him that the river was alive, a spirit that flowed through their land, carrying stories from the mountains to the sea. Chemo closed his eyes and listened. The gentle babble of the water filled him with a sense of peace, a reminder that he was part of the great cycle of life. As the currents danced around him, Chemo felt an electric charge in the air, an invitation to embrace the magic of the moment. The chatter of the river blended with the rustling of the leaves, creating a symphony that echoed in his heart. He dipped his fingers deeper into the water, letting it swirl around him, feeling the pulse of the earth thrum beneath the surface. Each ripple was a testament to the interconnectedness of all things, a reminder that nature and spirituality were woven together like the very fabric of life itself. And just like that, the boundaries between generations, between cultures, began to dissolve. Ilara, in her forest, and Chemo by the river, were linked by the same heartbeat of the earth. The stories of their ancestors flowed through them, a silent current that connected every soul to the sacredness of the world around them. As the sun set and the stars winked to life, the ancient bond between mankind and nature reawakened, inviting all who dared to listen to step into the embrace of something profound, something unfathomable. The adventure had only just begun, and the whispers of the past promised that the journey would continue, an endless cycle of discovery and connection. In the flickering light of a dying fire, the shadows danced on the walls of the ancient cave, where the whispers of ancestors echoed through time. A young child, wide-eyed and filled with wonder, listened closely as elders recounted stories of bravery and loss, of harmony and strife. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that hung over the gathering like an unspoken promise. These tales held truths about war and peace, stories woven into the very fabric of existence, revealing the delicate balance that indigenous people have navigated for centuries. Conflict and resolution weren't merely events, but cycles that shaped their identities and destinies. As the fire crackled, the elder's voice rose, resonating with the weight of generations. In our traditions, conflict is not an enemy, but a teacher. The child felt a shiver run down their spine. Here lay a paradox. War, a source of pain and division, could also be a pathway to understanding and growth. The elder spoke of the fierce battles fought under the vast skies, where warriors clashed with unmatched valor. Yet even in those moments of chaos, there was an underlying respect for life. Every fallen warrior was a reminder of the fragile thread that connected all beings. The stories traversed landscapes dotted with sacred sites, each a testament to the resilience of the indigenous spirit. The elder's voice painted vivid images of the Sioux at the Battle of Little Bighorn, their war cries echoing against the mountains, yet also spoke of the peace treaties drawn in the quiet aftermath, where wisdom was forged from the fires of conflict. The child leaned in closer, captivated by the duality of existence, where war and peace were not opposing forces, but intertwined realities. As the night wore on, the conversation shifted to the teachings of the Anishinaabe, who believed that every action had a ripple effect. When a wrong was done, it created waves that could lead to conflict. But when the cycle of healing began, those same waves could wash over the land, bringing restoration and harmony. The child could almost feel the weight of those teachings, a collective responsibility to maintain balance. The stories of forgiveness and redemption rang true, illustrating that peace was not simply the absence of war. It was an active pursuit, requiring courage and compassion. The flames flickered, casting a warm glow on the faces of those gathered. The child's heart raced as they imagined the vast expanse of the Pacific Northwest, where the Haida people carved totem poles that told stories of resilience, each figure representing a moment of conflict transformed into a lesson learned. Their artistry was a celebration of survival, a reminder that through struggle, beauty could emerge. Yet not all tales were filled with light. The elders' voice softened as they recounted the horrors of colonization, how entire communities were torn apart, their ways of life disrupted. The sorrow in their tone resonated deeply, a heavy weight that settled in the child's chest. It was a stark contrast to the previous tales of valor, a reminder that peace could be shattered in an instant, leaving scars that ran deep. The child felt a surge of anger and sadness, the injustice of it all swirling within them like a storm. But then, amidst the pain, there was a spark of resilience. The stories of the Zuni and Hopi people came alive, tales of resistance and unity, of standing firm against oppression. The elders spoke of ceremonies that honored the spirits of ancestors lost, but also celebrated the strength of those who remained. The child felt a swell of pride, an understanding that the spirit of indigenous people was not easily extinguished, even in the face of overwhelming odds. As dawn began to break, casting a soft glow over the horizon, the stories shifted once more. The elder's voice, filled with hope, spoke of reconciliation and the importance of dialogue. The ways of the Navajo reminded listeners that even after conflict, there could be healing. They practiced the art of coming together, sharing meals and engaging in honest conversations, teaching the child that peace was a journey, not a destination. It was the effort put forth to understand one another, to bridge gaps, and to build relationships. The fire now reduced to glowing embers. The young child felt a sense of urgency, a thirst for understanding that could not be quenched. The elders' words resonated in their mind, echoing the necessity of nurturing connections across divides. The stories had awakened something deep within, a realization that the journey of peace required active participation from each person in the community. It was a call to action, an acknowledgement that everyone had a role to play, no matter how small. They could see the faces of their ancestors in the flickering shadows, guiding them forward. The pain of the past and the hope for the future danced together, creating a mosaic of experiences that defined the essence of indigenous cultures. With each story shared, the child felt the weight of responsibility settle on their shoulders, an understanding that they were part of a larger narrative. As the first rays of sun broke through the cave's entrance, illuminating the space with a golden glow, the elder's voice faded into the morning air, but the echoes remained. The child knew the stories would continue, whispered among the trees, carried by the winds, and etched into the very fabric of their being. The myths of conflict, rich with emotion, resonated like a heartbeat, reminding all who listened that in the interplay of war and peace, there lay the essence of life itself, a continuous journey, a cycle unbroken, drawing them into the next chapter where the teachings of resilience and reconciliation awaited. The flicker of candlelight danced across ancient walls, illuminating a collection of sacred objects that had once belonged to the ancients. Each item whispered stories of rituals performed in dimly lit chambers, where the air was thick with incense and the energy was charged with anticipation. There, on a weathered altar, lay a bronze chalice, its surface etched with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with life. It was not merely a vessel, it was a bridge between the mortal realm and the divine, a conduit for prayers and offerings that carried the hopes and fears of countless generations. In the world of the ancients, objects were more than mere tools. They were imbued with power and significance. The chalice called to mind the sacred rites of the Celtic Druids, who believed that water held the essence of life and the wisdom of the universe. They would gather at the dawn of the solstice, their voices rising in harmony as they poured libations, invoking the spirits of nature to bless their harvests. The earth would tremble beneath their feet, the air vibrating with the energy of their devotion, and the chalice became a symbol of unity, a reminder that all life is interwoven, connected by invisible threads of faith and reverence. Nearby, a carved wooden staff rested, adorned with feathers and beads. This staff belonged to a shaman, a healer who walked between worlds, channeling the energy of ancestors long gone. Each feather represented a spirit guide, a guardian sent to watch over the community. As the shaman danced, the staff became an extension of her very being, weaving together the physical and spiritual realms. With every twirl and step, the rhythm of the heartbeat echoed, the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder of the cycles of life and death, of the ebb and flow of existence. The air thickened with anticipation as the moon cast its silvery light upon the objects, each shimmering with hidden meanings. A small pouch made of animal hide lay nestled among the artifacts, its contents a mix of herbs and stones, each chosen for its healing properties. To the indigenous peoples of the Americas, these items were both sacred and practical. A handful of sage, carefully picked during the full moon, was believed to cleanse the spirit and release negative energy. The pouch itself symbolized a promise, the promise of protection and healing that transcended the physical world. As the night deepened, the atmosphere grew charged with memories of rituals performed by candlelight, where songs of gratitude and reflection echoed through the ages. The sacred drum, carved from the trunk of an ancient tree, stood sentinel nearby. With every beat, it told tales of creation, of the birth of stars and the rise of mountains. The rhythm reverberated in the chests of those gathered around it, a heartbeat shared, a pulse that tied them to their ancestors. Each sacred object represented a story, a fragment of history that had been passed down through generations. The pottery shards found in excavation sites told tales of communal gatherings, where families and friends shared meals and laughter, the walls reverberating with joy. The patterns painted on the clay held meaning, symbols of abundance, prosperity, and protection, emblems of a life well lived. The flicker of the candlelight illuminated a small, intricately woven basket resting beside a stone altar, a humble yet powerful object. To the indigenous tribes of North America, baskets were not just functional. They were works of art, lovingly crafted with intention. Each weave told a story, a testament to the hands that shaped it and the spirit that filled it. They were used in ceremonies, carrying offerings of the harvest to the earth. When placed on the ground, they became a witness to the sacred connection between humanity and nature, a reminder that all gifts originate from the earth and must be returned in gratitude. In a distant corner, a shimmering piece of fabric caught the light, its colors vibrant and alive. This ceremonial mantle, worn by priests and priestesses, was a symbol of their sacred duty. It represented the burden and privilege of serving as a channel between the community and the divine. Each thread was a prayer, woven with intention, and wearing it was akin to carrying the weight of the world, a world that depended on the balance of the seen and unseen. As dawn approached, the sacred objects seemed to breathe with anticipation, each one holding its own energy, its own desire to share a deeper truth. The air crackled with the remnants of spiritual power, as if the very fabric of time had paused, allowing the echoes of rituals long past to resonate anew. The bronze chalice, the wooden staff, the sage pouch, the sacred drum, their stories intermingled, creating a tapestry rich with meaning and emotion. The shadows of the night began to recede, but the energy lingered, whispering promises of the sacredness of life and the profound connections that bind each generation to the next. In this sacred space, where every object held a memory, the past was not lost. It thrived, woven into the very essence of those who came to honor it. These sacred objects stood as a testament to humanity's quest for understanding, for connection, for belonging. Each item had witnessed laughter, sorrow, joy, and heartbreak, a reflection of the full spectrum of human experience. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, it carried with it a sense of hope and renewal. The sacred objects, with their rich histories and deep meanings, were not meant to remain locked away in the past. They called out to the living, urging them to connect, to remember, and to honor the sacredness of their own journeys. In every heart, there was a flicker of recognition, a yearning to understand and embrace the symbolism that these objects represented. The energy in the room began to shift, a gentle pull towards the next chapter, where the sacredness of the objects would intertwine with the lives of those who dared to embrace their power and meaning. A new ritual was on the horizon, waiting to unfold, echoing the age-old traditions that had come before. In this sacred dance of life, the past and present would converge, and the stories held within these objects would find new expression, forever binding the threads of history with the vibrant tapestry of now. A vast desert stretched endlessly under a canopy of stars, each twinkling light a whisper of dreams long past. In the stillness of the night, a young woman named Asha sat cross-legged on the warm sand, her heart pounding with anticipation. She had been preparing for this moment for weeks, and the air around her shimmered with possibilities. Tonight was her vision quest, a rite of passage that had been passed down through generations of her people. Each pulse of her heart echoed the ancient stories told around fires, where warriors, shamans, and seekers of truth found purpose through visions. As Asha closed her eyes, she reminded herself of the tales told by her grandmother, the stories of brave souls who ventured into the wilderness, seeking guidance from the spirits of the earth and sky. These were not just dreams, they were lifelines, threads connecting the past, present, and future. She felt the weight of those stories resting gently on her shoulders, urging her to surrender to the night, to the unknown that lay ahead. In many cultures around the world, the significance of dreams has woven itself into the very fabric of human existence. From the Arctic tundras to the lush jungles of the Amazon, vision quests have served as pathways to self-discovery and growth. Each culture infused its unique essence into the practice, breathing life into the age-old belief that dreams hold the keys to understanding one's place in the universe. Asha's breath steadied as she recalled the ancient Egyptians, who revered dreams as messages from the divine. Pharaohs and commoners alike sought interpretation from priests who could decode the intricate symbols that danced behind closed eyelids. Every flicker of a dream was seen as a prophecy, each one guiding the next steps of their lives. To dream was to communicate with the gods. It was a sacred dialogue that shaped destinies. As the night deepened, Asha felt the energy of the surrounding desert. The rustling of the wind carried stories of those who had come before her, seekers like the Native American tribes who undertook their own vision quests. Young men and women would fast for days, isolated in nature, begging the spirits for clarity and guidance. The importance of these experiences resonated through time, instilling in them a sense of purpose and a connection to their ancestors. It was as if the very ground they walked upon whispered the secrets of their lineage, reminding them of the strength that coursed through their veins. The temperature dropped, and Asha's body shivered, yet her spirit ignited with warmth. She was not alone. She was surrounded by the echoes of past seekers and the guardians of the natural world. The animals, the trees, the stars, they were all witnesses to her journey. She thought of the Inuit, whose dreams were seen as essential to survival. In their narratives, dreams guided hunters to the herds, leading them to life-sustaining resources in the harshest of environments. To dream was to live, to thrive. It was a survival instinct ingrained in the very essence of humanity. As the moon rose higher, casting silver beams across the sand, Asha began to see flickers of light behind her closed eyes. Visions danced like fireflies, vibrant and alive. She saw herself standing atop a mountain, a hawk soaring beside her, embodying freedom and strength. She felt a surge of energy rush through her, igniting a spark of courage. This was the moment she had sought, the prophecy awaiting her acknowledgement. Deep within her, she understood that dreams were not merely fabrications of the mind, but portals to wisdom and self-awareness. The weight of history pressed upon her. The ancestral voices urged her forward. Asha thought of the ancient Greeks, who believed in the power of dreams as omens. They constructed temples dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, where the sick would spend the night hoping for dreams that would guide their recovery. In those dreams lay potent recommendations and mystical insights. Each dream was a thread in the tapestry of their lives, intricately woven with the potential for healing and transformation. A gust of wind swirled around her, and Asha felt a sudden rush of clarity. This was not just about her. It was about all who had walked this path before her. As she opened her eyes, the desert landscape transformed in the moonlight, revealing shapes and shadows that whispered secrets of the earth. She understood that her vision quest was a continuation of a tradition forged through centuries of human experience. The dreams of one were the dreams of all. The night deepened, and she sensed the weight of those who had come before her, their beliefs and struggles interwoven with her own. She recalled the African tribes, who viewed dreams as a bridge to their ancestors. They would gather to share their nighttime visions, knowing that in their stories lay profound truths. Each shared dream was a step toward healing, a way to honor the lineage that shaped their identity. Asha's heart raced as she felt the boundaries of time dissolve. The dreams of the past converged with her own, creating a vibrant tapestry of emotion and possibility. Her vision quest was a call to action, a reminder that she was part of something larger than herself. The night was alive with the collective dreams of humanity, echoing through the ages, reverberating with the hopes and fears of countless souls. In that moment, Asha understood that dreams were not just fleeting moments of imagination. They were a vital part of the human experience, guiding individuals through the labyrinth of life. With a fierce determination swelling within her, she embraced the magnitude of her quest. She was ready to face the unknown, to listen to the whispers of the universe, and allow them to guide her next steps. The desert remained still, yet the air crackled with anticipation. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Asha felt the pull of the world beyond her vision, a world where her journey was just beginning, a world where the dreamers of all time continued to breathe and inspire. The air was thick with anticipation, a shimmering tension that spoke to an ancient truth. The earth beneath one's feet was not merely ground, but a tapestry woven from the threads of countless myths, each thread pulsing with the lifeblood of creation stories whispered through generations. In every rustling leaf, in the song of a distant river, one could sense the echoes of a time when gods roamed freely, and the earth was a blank canvas, waiting for the strokes of their mighty hands. From the icy peaks of the Himalayas to the sun-drenched cliffs of the Mediterranean, tales of creation flickered like flames in the minds of all who dared to listen. In the beginning, there was chaos. In some cultures, it was a great void, a silence so profound it could drive a person mad. In others, it was a swirling mass of water, dark and foreboding, teeming with potential. This chaos was not merely an absence of order, it was a cradle where the dreams of the universe waited to be born. The ancient Egyptians believed in the tears of the god Horus, which fell to the earth, giving rise to life. These tears were not just water, but a symbol of sacrifice, hinting at the idea that even gods must suffer for creation. They saw the world as a continuous cycle of death and rebirth, where every sunset marked the passing of the sun, only to rise again with an unwavering promise of a new day. The Nile flowed like a lifeblood, nourishing the land and its people, a divine gift birthed from the chaos of creation. On the other side of the globe, the indigenous peoples of North America spoke of the great turtle, who bore the weight of the world on its back. From the depths of the water, Earth emerged, shaped by the hands of the Creator. It was a story rich with symbolism, illuminating the interconnectedness of all beings. The turtle was not just an animal, it was the very essence of resilience, embodying the strength needed to endure storms and celebrate peace. In this tale, the earth was a living entity, pulsating with energy and spirit, teaching people to walk gently upon its surface. Across the ocean, ancient Greeks spun their own intricate narratives. They spoke of Gaia, the earth personified, who emerged from the void of chaos. Gaia was a matriarch, nurturing and fierce, giving birth to the mountains, the seas, and the sky. With every breath, she seemed to whisper secrets to those who sought her wisdom. The Titans and Olympians were born from her, a reminder that within creation lay the seeds of both beauty and destruction. As the stories unfolded, they painted a picture of a world where the divine danced with the mortal, celebrating life's fragility. But not all creation myths were gentle. In the shadows of these tales lurked a powerful tension, a visceral reminder that creation often came at a cost. The ancient Sumerians spoke of a great flood, a punishment from the gods for humanity's hubris. This flood swept over the land, drowning everything in its path. But from its depths, a new world emerged. The hero, Utnapishtim, became a beacon of hope, a survivor who learned that life continued, even after the most devastating destruction. It was a testament to resilience. Echoing the heartbeat of a world forever changed, but never truly lost. In the icy lands of the Inuit, the creation story was born from the spirit of the raven, a trickster who stole the sun and brought light to a world cloaked in darkness. The raven's actions were both mischievous and profound. It symbolized the duality of creation, the interplay between light and dark, joy and sorrow. As the sun rose, illuminating the land, it transformed the icy expanse into a vibrant canvas. Life burgeoned forth, driven by the relentless pulse of the raven's gift. Meanwhile, in the rich jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya believed in the sacredness of corn, a life force gifted by the gods. Their creation myth told of the hero twins who ventured into the underworld and emerged victorious. From their triumph, humans were crafted from maize dough, infused with the essence of the earth. This story was more than a tale. It was a connection to the land, a reminder of the nourishment that sustains life and the cyclical nature of existence. Each myth, each story, was a thread that wove humanity closer to the earth and each other. The rhythms of creation echoed in the heartbeats of its inhabitants. The laughter of children playing in sun-drenched fields, the quiet whispers of the elderly sharing tales under starlit skies. These stories were not mere fabrications. They contained truths that resonated through time, binding generations together in a tapestry of shared experience. And yet, as these myths unfolded, the tension remained palpable. The earth was alive with spirit, but it was also fragile, teetering on the brink of destruction. The stories of creation served as both celebration and cautionary tale, urging humanity to honor the delicate balance of existence. As the sun set on one chapter, the shadows loomed larger, hinting at the conflicts yet to come, of humanity's struggle against itself and the earth's cries for help. From the chaos of creation sprang a world rich with life, adorned with the vibrant colors of flora and fauna, each creature holding a purpose, each plant a story. The earth, with its mountains, rivers, and forests, was not merely a backdrop. It was a character full of depth and emotion, yearning for understanding. It called out to its inhabitants, inviting them to forge a bond that transcended time and space. In a world that often felt disconnected, these myths served as a reminder of unity, an unbroken circle that linked souls across vast expanses. The pulse of creation reverberated in every heart, every whisper of the wind, urging all to remember the stories that shaped them. It was a call to respect the earth and its spirits, to listen and to dream, to honor the past while forging a future rooted in the lessons of old. Yet, as the tapestry of creation wove itself tighter, it hinted at further layers, yet to unfold. The very essence of humanity lay in its stories, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the stage was set for the next act, a chapter waiting to be written. The earth, its inhabitants, and the myths they carried would continue to dance in a delicate balance, a testament to the beauty and chaos of existence. The next whispers of creation awaited just beyond the edge of twilight, ready to beckon the world into the unknown. Under the vast canvas of the sky, two worlds pulse with life, each beating to the rhythm of its own drum. In the east, vibrant colors dance through bustling markets, where laughter mingles with the aroma of spices, while in the west, the air is thick with the stories of ancient warriors, where the sun sets over sprawling landscapes that whisper of resilience. These lands, though separated by miles and cultures, pulse with a history that binds their people in ways both profound and poignant. In a small village nestled among the mountains of the east, a young girl named May stood barefoot on the cool earth. She watched her grandmother weave delicate threads of silk into a tapestry that told the tale of their ancestors. Each stitch was a heartbeat, a memory sewn into the fabric of time. The colors of the tapestry sang of festivals where families gathered to celebrate the harvest, honoring the spirits of nature that provided for them. May's heart swelled with pride as she listened to the stories of brave warriors and wise sages, knowing that she was part of something much larger than herself. Across the ocean, in the rugged terrains of the West, a boy named Eli stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the horizon painted in fiery hues of orange and red. His tribe, known for their fierce independence, revered the land as sacred. Stories of their ancestors echoed in his mind, hunters and gatherers who had navigated the wild, their spirits intertwined with the great buffalo that roamed the plains. Eli's chest tightened with a longing for connection, rooted in the tales of bravery and vision that had shaped his people's identity. They had survived storms, droughts, and battles, and their legacy flowed through his veins like a powerful river. As the sun set on May's village, the lanterns flickered to life, casting a warm glow on faces filled with joy and reverence. The community gathered, their voices rising in unison, chanting songs passed down through generations. May felt the energy pulsing around her, a collective heartbeat that resonated with gratitude for the earth that sustained them. She closed her eyes and allowed her spirit to merge with the chorus, feeling the weight of history lift her, connecting her to her ancestors who had danced this very dance under the same stars. Meanwhile, the western plains echoed with the sound of drums, resonating deep within Eli's chest. As twilight embraced the land, his tribe gathered for a ritual that had been practiced for centuries. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky as the elders shared tales of resilience and courage. Eli listened intently, imagining the fierce warriors of old, their eyes ablaze with determination as they fought for their freedom. Emotions surged within him: fear, pride, and an overwhelming sense of responsibility to honor the legacy of those who had come before him. In the east, as the night deepened, May's grandmother shared a story that sent shivers down her spine. It was the tale of a great flood that once threatened their village. The people had banded together, their hearts intertwined in a tapestry of bravery. They built boats from the very trees that had sheltered them, navigating the swirling waters with hope and courage. May's eyes widened in awe, feeling the warmth of her ancestors' spirit wrap around her, a protective embrace that inspired her to carry their legacy forward. In the west, Eli's heart raced as the elders recounted a time when their land was invaded by outsiders. The echoes of battle rang in his ears as he imagined his ancestors standing firm, their courage a shield against the darkness. They fought not just for their land, but for their way of life. Eli felt the weight of their struggle, a fire igniting within him, compelling him to defend his heritage. Each word from the elders was a reminder that he was part of a lineage that had faced adversity with unyielding strength. As the moon rose high in the sky, the two worlds seemed to pulse in harmony, even as they remained worlds apart. May, now wrapped in the warmth of her family, could feel the threads of her culture weaving into her very being. It was not just a celebration, it was a promise to future generations that their stories would never fade. The flickering lanterns mirrored her spirit, lighting the path for those who would come after her, urging them to remember the sacrifices made for their flourishing life. On the other side of the globe, Eli stood at the precipice of his own destiny. The stories of his ancestors filled him with a fierce pride that coursed through his veins. He felt the weight of their hopes on his shoulders, urging him to take a stand for what was right. The fire crackled, illuminating the faces of the tribe, a tapestry of emotions that mirrored the tapestry of history itself, woven with threads of hope, heartache, and an indomitable spirit. In the east, the festival reached its crescendo, and May felt the pulse of the drumming in her bones, resonating with the history of her people. Laughter erupted as children danced, their innocence a stark contrast to the struggles depicted in the tales told by their elders. May closed her eyes, allowing the rhythm to wash over her, feeling as if she were a part of the very fabric of life itself. Each beat resonated with the stories of love and loss, a reminder that every soul carried the weight of history. At the same time, the night in the west was alive with energy. Eli joined the dancers around the fire, each movement a celebration of life, a homage to the spirits that watched over them. As the drums beat louder, he felt a surge of emotion, entwined with the echoes of his ancestors' voices. They were with him, urging him to hold fast to his identity, to honor the land that shaped him, and to continue the fight for his people. The worlds of May and Eli, though separated by distance and customs, mirrored each other in the threads of their respective histories. Each beat of the drum, each flicker of the lantern, spoke of resilience, love, and an unbreakable bond to the past. The stories of their people intertwined, creating a tapestry of human experience that transcended borders. Even as the night deepened and the melodies of their ancestral songs filled the air, the beat of life continued, forever flowing, forever connecting. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the ancient trees that surrounded the gathering. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and the lingering smoke of the past, a reminder of stories once told under starlit skies. Elders, with eyes like windows to a time before time, sat in a circle, sharing myths that echoed the heartbeat of the land. Each tale was woven with threads of creation, loss, and resilience, blossoming in the minds of the younger ones who sat wide-eyed, absorbing the wisdom. But this night felt different. A tension hummed beneath their words, a silent anxiety that gnawed at the edges of tradition. From a distance, the sound of axes biting into wood broke the stillness. The colonizers had arrived, bringing with them a strange mix of ambition and fear, a yearning to conquer and a dread of the unknown. Their laughter echoed, a jarring contrast to the solemnity of the myths being passed down. As the elders spoke of the Great Spirit who breathed life into mountains and rivers, the encroaching world of wooden ships and iron tools threatened to disrupt everything. With every swing of an axe, a connection to the land was severed, and the stories that had flourished for centuries frayed at the edges. The myths were not simply tales, they were lifeblood. They told of the great flood that washed away the sins of the world, of the trickster coyote, whose mischief reminded everyone not to take life too seriously. They explained the cycles of the moon and stars, the dance of the seasons, the sacredness of every being. But as the settlers pushed deeper into their territories, shadows fell over these stories. They began to shift, subtle at first, then stark. The coyote became a villain, a creature to be hunted, while the Great Spirit was recast as a distant god, removed from the intimate connection the people had known. The young ones began to understand that these stories were under siege. Each night, as the flames flickered, The elders struggled to hold the threads of their beliefs together. The colonial presence seeped into their very essence, reshaping the myths to echo the conqueror's narrative. Where once they spoke of harmony with nature, the tales now carried whispers of fear and survival. The land was no longer a living entity. It was a resource to be exploited, a prize to be won. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the mountains, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a young girl named Ayana listened intently. Her heart raced as she felt the weight of change in the air. The elder spoke of the Sky Woman who had fallen to earth, bringing with her the seeds of life, a tale that resonated with her very being. But even as the words filled the space, Ayana sensed the threat lurking outside their circle, a reminder that the next dawn might bring more axes, more strangers, and more stories rewritten. Her mind raced with images of the Sky Woman and the sacred balance of life, a balance that the newcomers seemed intent on shattering. Ayana could see the elders grappling with the fear that their beloved stories might slip away, tainted by foreign beliefs that pushed their own into the shadows. The myths began to feel like a fragile web, each thread at risk of breaking under the weight of a new world order. As the colonizers introduced their own tales of glory, conquest, and a god who demanded obedience, Ayana found herself caught in a storm of conflicting narratives. The stories of her ancestors held great power, but how could she fight against the tide of history that sought to erase them? The elders reminded her that every great story has its trials, and amid fear lay the seeds of resilience. One night, during a gathering, a fierce storm swept through, rattling the branches and shaking the ground. The winds howled like lost souls, and the people huddled closer together, seeking warmth and strength. The elders raised their voices against the storm, reciting the creation story with renewed fervor. Ayana felt the power of their words surge through her, igniting a spark within. It was a reminder that regardless of the darkness that threatened to envelop their world, the light of their stories could not be extinguished. With every passing day, the colonizers pushed further, their insistence louder, drowning out the whispers of the land. Ayana watched as the elders struggled to adapt, bending their stories to fit a narrative that was not their own. They began to speak of the land as if it were a blank canvas, a place to be claimed rather than a sacred entity deserving reverence. It was an uneasy compromise, one that left Ayana feeling torn between two worlds. As the seasons changed, the elders began to gather the youth, teaching them the importance of remembering their roots. They spoke of resilience in the face of overwhelming odds, of how the stories could adapt without losing their essence. Ayana listened, her heart swelling with hope, even as she felt the weight of the world pressing down on her young shoulders. These myths, while altered, still held the wisdom of generations, and she felt responsible for carrying them forward. In the darkness of the night, as Ayana lay beneath the stars, she looked up, remembering the tales of creation. She felt a connection to the Sky Woman. The same stars that watched over her had guided her ancestors. She realized that even as the colonizers tried to rewrite history, the truth of her people would always remain embedded in the earth and sky. The next gathering brought a new urgency. The elders spoke of the need to reclaim their narratives, to infuse their stories with the strength of their ancestors, while acknowledging the realities of the present. They lit the ceremonial fire, the flames licking at the stars, and Ayana felt the warmth wrapping around her like a protective blanket. With each heartbeat, the tension grew. Would they succeed in weaving their myths anew, or would the shadows of colonization swallow them whole? Ayana's spirit surged with determination, a flicker of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. And as the night deepened, the elders and the young ones sat together, their hearts beating as one, ready to face whatever came next, ready to fight for their stories, for their land, and for their very existence. The battle for their myths was just beginning, and the flickers of hope danced like the flames that illuminated their sacred circle. In the hushed light of dawn, a whisper danced through the air, carrying with it the hopes of 1,000 souls longing for renewal. It was the kind of morning that promised change, where shadows of the past flickered against the horizon, beckoning the brave to rewrite their stories. From the remnants of despair, revitalization movements took shape, stirring the hearts of people who felt lost, forgotten, and yearning for something greater than themselves. The stories of these movements are woven with threads of urgency and passion, igniting flames of belief in places where darkness had once reigned. In the early 19th century, the United States was a tapestry of cultures, each thread fraying under the weight of despair and disillusionment. Yet, within this unrest, there emerged a chorus of voices, each calling for a return to the values that once defined their existence. It was not merely about survival, it was about reinvention. Take the story of the ghost dance, a fragile yet fierce expression of hope among Native American communities in the late 1800s. It was a ritual born out of despair, a response to the relentless onslaught of colonization and cultural erasure. As the sun dipped below the mountains, elders gathered in the flickering firelight, their voices rising in unison, weaving a melody that told of a world where the dead would rise and the buffalo would return. This was not just myth, it was a promise, a testament to resilience. The dance became an embodiment of their collective spirit, instilling courage in the hearts of those who had been stripped of their identity. In the flickering shadows of history, one can see how myth-making played a pivotal role in these movements. Each tale, each symbol, was carefully crafted, transforming pain into a narrative that inspired action. Take the story of the Mormons, who found solace in a new faith amidst the chaos of the 19th century American landscape. Joseph Smith's visions transformed into a mythos that revitalized a fragmented society. The golden plates, the angelic visits, and the promise of a new Zion became more than just stories. They became the lifeblood of a people determined to carve out a new existence in the wilderness. The streets of Nauvoo pulsed with energy, a hotbed of fervent belief and community resilience. It was a place where faith transcended the mundane, and the people, armed with their stories, stood united against the world's indifference. Each morning, as the sun spilled golden light over the Mississippi, they gathered, hands clasped, hearts beating in rhythm, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. A powerful myth was being forged, of a chosen people destined to build a heavenly city upon the earth. As the 20th century dawned, revitalization was not confined to the Americas. Across the oceans in Africa, the rise of movements like the Mau Mau was a fierce declaration against colonial oppression. It was a struggle suffused with stories of ancestors and spirits, guiding the fighters through the bush. The rhythm of drums echoed through the night, a heartbeat of defiance that resonated with those who had been silenced for too long. The myths of their ancestors became shields, protecting the warriors from fear and doubt. They were not just fighting for land, they were reclaiming their heritage, rewriting a narrative that had been distorted by the oppressor's pen. And then there was the civil rights movement, a moment in history that ignited a fire in the hearts of millions. It was a renaissance of spirit, a time when the echoes of Dr. King's "I Have a Dream" speech sent ripples of hope through a fractured society. Here, in the tumult of the 1960s, the collective memory of oppression transformed into a vibrant myth of possibility. The stories of struggle, sacrifice, and ultimate victory became a powerful narrative, compelling those who listened to act, to join the fight for justice and equality. Each march, each sit-in, was a testament to the belief that the past did not dictate the future. In the shadows of the past, myths were emerging, each one a kaleidoscope of cultural rebirth. The Black Power movement embraced the narrative of strength and pride, turning once demonized identity into a badge of honor. Graffiti splashed across urban canvases bore witness to a new mythology, where heroes were born from the struggles of the streets. It was a message that transcended mere words. It was a pulse, a beat that resonated with everyone who had ever felt marginalized, forgotten, or belittled. As the decades rolled on, the rhythm of revitalization continued to echo in unexpected ways. The rise of environmental movements breathed life into the narratives of indigenous wisdom, reclaiming myths of harmony with nature that had been silenced for generations. The earth, once seen merely as a resource, was again viewed as a sacred entity, deserving of respect and reverence. The chants of protectors resonated through the forests, rivers, and mountains, intertwining modern movements with ancient beliefs. Each revitalization movement was a testament to the power of myth-making, breathing life into stories that shaped identities and fueled transformations. The narratives, though forged in the fires of pain and struggle, became the foundation for hope, unity, and action. They crafted heroes out of ordinary people, weaving a tapestry of resilience that spanned generations. And just as one story fades, another emerges from the depths of collective memory, urging the weary to rise once more. The pulse of revitalization thrums in the air, waiting for the next courageous soul to ignite the flame and write a new chapter in the ongoing saga of human experience. Each movement, each myth, is a beacon, illuminating paths for those who seek renewal in a world that often conspired to diminish their light. The struggle never truly ends. It morphs, it evolves, and in its evolution lies the promise of a brighter dawn. The stories weave together, blurring the lines between myth and reality, creating an unbroken chain that stretches across time. Hope lingers in the air, whispering of what is yet to come, as the next chapter of revitalization waits just beyond the horizon, ready to unfold and captivate the hearts of those willing to believe. The enduring spirit of humanity pulses strongly, ever restless, ever seeking. A call to arms for dreamers, believers, and revolutionaries alike. It was a cold night in a small village, the kind of night when shadows stretched long and deep, curling around the bones of ancient trees. A flickering light broke the darkness, emanating from a humble home where a group of weary souls gathered. Outside, the wind howled, but inside, it was warm, filled with the scent of baked bread and the sound of laughter. Despite the overwhelming weight of oppression that clung to the air like fog, within that cozy space sat an old woman, her face lined with the stories of 100 lifetimes. Her eyes sparkled with a knowing glimmer, as though she were holding secrets that the world had long forgotten. As the villagers formed a circle around her, they leaned in closer, eager to hear the tales that had been passed down through generations. Long ago, she began, her voice trembling with age but steady with purpose. There was a young girl named Amina who lived in a land where her dreams were silenced. The rulers believed they could control her thoughts, her desires, and her very essence. But Amina was fierce. She knew that every story told was a thread woven into the fabric of her people's existence. And so, she began to tell tales in whispers, soft enough to float away on the night air, yet powerful enough to ignite flames in the hearts of those who heard. As the old woman spoke, the villagers felt the stirrings of Amina's spirit within them. They could see her standing against the backdrop of a fading sunset, defiance radiating from her small frame, her voice a melody of hope that echoed through the valleys. The rulers could imprison bodies, but they could not imprison thoughts. Amina's stories were like birds, taking flight in the minds of those desperate for freedom. With every word, the tension in the room grew palpable. The villagers could almost feel the cool breeze from Amina's homeland, brushing against their cheeks. The stories spread like wildfire. The old woman continued. From village to village, they spoke of bravery and love, of fights against the darkness that sought to engulf them. In the shadows, those who listened began to dream again, to imagine a world where they could laugh without fear, dance without chains, love without restraint. The flickering lantern cast dancing shadows on the walls, and these figures seemed to join the tale, becoming part of Amina's story. The old woman paused, allowing the raw emotions to swell. Even the most stoic of hearts couldn't resist the pull of longing that gnawed at their insides. They imagined themselves as warriors in Amina's world, where every tale shared was an act of defiance, a form of resistance. Stories acted as armor, she whispered, her voice low and powerful. With each telling, they shielded the hearts of the oppressed. When soldiers marched into the villages, demanding silence, the people stood their ground, armed with the knowledge of their ancestors, of Amina. They recounted tales of courage that echoed louder than the drums of war, tales that made the invaders falter, if only for a moment. Those words hung in the air like a spell, weaving together the collective memories of pain and resilience. The villagers felt the weight of their own histories, their own struggles, and the power of their voices, a harmony of the unheard. They could see Amina standing tall, rallying her people, her tales echoing in the hearts of mothers and fathers, kindling the fire that would not be extinguished. But not all stories were safe. Some were dark, steeped in sacrifice and loss. Amina knew the risks, the old woman said, her tone shifting, heavy with sorrow. Tales could cost lives. Those who spoke too loudly often vanished into the night, and yet they continued. They had learned that silence was a far greater threat than oppression. With every tale shared, they wrote their own fate, scribbling their existence into history despite the danger that loomed. In the flickering light, the villagers felt the chill of fear. They thought of the stories of their own ancestors who had fought and been silenced, their names barely remembered. Each tale was a thread binding them to a lineage of resistance, a reminder that their voices, too, could rise like a chorus against tyranny. The old woman leaned closer, drawing them in with her fierce gaze. One night, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Amina gathered her people. She spoke of a world where stories were not just whispers, but roars, where the tales of the past could shape the future. We must weave our words into the fabric of our lives, so they cannot be taken from us, she said. And they listened, hearts pounding, knowing the power of her voice could change everything. The room was electric, charged with emotions that surged in waves. The villagers felt themselves igniting, their dreams intertwining with Amina's. The old woman's voice rose and fell like a tide, carrying them through a storm of history, They could almost hear the battle cries of their ancestors echoing in the distance, urging them to remember, urging them to fight. As the night wore on, the flicker of the lantern cast shadows that danced like jubilant spirits, celebrating the unyielding spirit of resistance through storytelling. Even in the darkest times, the old woman said, her voice a steady anchor, Amina's spirit lived on in the stories told around fires, in hushed tones during the long nights, and even in songs sung softly to children. Each word was a rebellion, a reminder that they were more than their circumstances. And as her story reached a crescendo, with Amina standing defiantly against the backdrop of oppression, the old woman's voice softened. Though Amina's life was fraught with danger, her legacy thrived. She had taught her people that every story told was an act of courage, a way to reclaim their narrative, and thus they passed it on. The villagers sat in a hushed reverence, hearts racing, the weight of the stories lingering in the air, like an unbreakable spell. They realized they were part of a continuum, their own stories waiting to unfurl, waiting to be shared. They felt emboldened, ready to rise up like Amina, ready to weave their own tales of resistance, love, and hope. As the night deepened and the winds howled outside, the old woman's voice echoed in their minds, a constant reminder that in the face of oppression, storytelling would always be a sacred weapon. And as the dawn approached, that warmth of resolve filled them, a promise that their stories would never be silenced, that they would find their own voices, and that the flame of resistance would flicker on, illuminating the path to all that was yet to come. The vast plains stretched endlessly under a sky painted with vivid oranges and pinks as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the land. A rhythmic sound echoed, thunderous hooves pounding against the earth, a force both majestic and terrifying. The buffalo, massive and powerful, roamed freely, embodying the spirit of survival for the plains tribes. They were not mere animals. They were life itself, a source of nourishment, shelter, and spirituality. As the tribes gathered, whispers of ancient stories filled the air like smoke rising from the fire. Each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of existence, telling of the buffalo's sacred journey and the bond between the animal and the people. These stories were not just entertainment. They were lifelines, teaching lessons of respect, gratitude, and the delicate balance of nature. The buffalo was seen as a gift from the Creator, a being that gave itself to ensure the survival of many. The plains tribes understood the rhythm of the land. They watched the buffalo migrate with the changing seasons, their movements synchronized with the pulse of life itself. Every spring, when the sun warmed the earth, the buffalo would return, and with them came hope. The people prepared, their hearts racing with anticipation. They painted their faces, donned their ceremonial garments, and prayed for a successful hunt. Each breath was laced with purpose, and each heartbeat resonated with the promise of survival intertwined with the buffalo's fate. The hunt, an event that sparked both excitement and anxiety. As the hunters rode out on horseback, their eyes locked on the horizon, the air crackled with tension. Adrenaline coursed through their veins as they spotted the herd, a sea of powerful bodies grazing peacefully. Yet, this was more than just a hunt. It was a sacred ritual, steeped in tradition. They communicated silently, knowing the significance of this moment. Success meant life for their families, their children, their elders. In those fleeting seconds before the chase began, time seemed to suspend. The hunters felt the weight of their ancestors upon them, guiding their arrows, filling their hearts with courage. The buffalo, sensing the impending danger, raised their heads, nostrils flaring, eyes wide and alert. A moment passed, and then, like a cannon firing, the hunters charged forward, shouting and urging their horses into a gallop. The sound of the hooves echoed, a symphony of life and death. As the dust rose around them, the world became a blur. The buffalo thundered away, muscles rippling beneath their thick hides, their determination to survive palpable. The hunters pulled taut their bows, arrows poised, hearts pounding in time with the hooves of the fleeing herd. The chase was a dance, a deadly ballet where grace met raw power. Each hunter was a part of the land, an extension of nature itself, merging the spirit of man and beast. Amidst the chaos, a single buffalo fell, and in that moment, the world went silent. The hunters gathered, their breaths mingling with the scent of earth and sweat. They approached the fallen creature with reverence, understanding that this life would sustain many. Each hunter whispered a prayer, thanking the spirit of the buffalo for its sacrifice. This ritual was sacred. It honored the connection between them, a reminder that life and death were intertwined in an eternal cycle. As the sun sank below the horizon, the tribe came together, skinning and preparing the buffalo. The air was filled with the scent of roasted meat, a feast celebrating the bounty of the land. Laughter and song mingled with the crackling of fire, a testament to their survival. Each part of the buffalo was used, the meat for nourishment, the hide for clothing and shelter, the bones for tools and weapons. Nothing was wasted, for every piece held significance, every act a sign of respect for the life that had been given. Children gathered around, eyes wide with wonder, absorbing the stories of their elders. They learned of the buffalo's bravery and strength, of the lessons hidden within its spirit. The elders spoke of balance, of how the buffalo taught them to be one with nature, to tread lightly upon the earth. They narrated tales of the Great Spirit, who watched over the land and its creatures, ensuring harmony between the tribes and the buffalo. Each story was a thread tying past to present, a bridge of wisdom passed down through generations. But the world was changing, and with it came a growing shadow. The thunderous hooves of the buffalo began to fade from the plains, replaced by the rumble of machines and the cries of despair. The tribe felt the shift, the loss of their lifeblood. As the vast herds dwindled, so too did their connection to the earth. The stories became heavier, filled with a sense of urgency, a plea to remember the teachings of their ancestors. The hunters were now faced with a new battle, not just for survival, but for preservation. With every loss of a buffalo, a piece of their spirit faded, a reminder of the delicate balance they had once known. The elders gathered, their faces etched with worry, determination gleaming in their eyes. It was time to honor the legacy of the buffalo, to ensure that its spirit would live on. As the seasons changed, the tribe turned inward, seeking strength from their roots. They organized gatherings, shared their knowledge, and ignited a flame of hope. This was their new hunt, a pursuit of understanding, awareness, and unity. They wove their stories into a tapestry of resilience, ensuring that the tales of the buffalo would be told for years to come. Each word was a promise, a vow to protect not only the memory of the buffalo, but the land that had sustained them for centuries. The heart of the plains still beat fiercely, waiting for the moment when the buffalo would return. In the echoes of the past, the spirit of the buffalo remained alive, whispering through the wind, reminding them of their shared destiny, a destiny forever entwined with the rhythm of the land and the pulse of the buffalo. The salty air hung thick as the sun dipped low over the horizon, casting golden rays that danced across the restless waves. A lone fisherman stood on the edge of a weathered dock, his heart racing. He had heard the legends whispered in the salty breeze, tales of giants that roamed the ocean depths, their songs echoing through the water. Today, he felt a pull, a calling that made the tiny hairs on his arms stand on end. In the coastal towns where the land met the sea, the stories of whales and fishermen were eternally intertwined, woven into the very fabric of life. Generations had lived and died by the rhythms of the tides. The ocean was not just a source of livelihood, it was a living entity, filled with ancient mysteries and powerful emotions. The town had its share of characters, each with their own connection to the water. Old Man Hargrove was a fixture on the shore, his skin weathered and creased like the map of the ocean itself. He would sit for hours, telling tales of the great whale migrations that had captivated his youth. Once, I saw a pod of orcas dancing in the moonlight, he would say, his voice trembling with a mix of nostalgia and reverence. Their songs were a symphony that could bring a man to tears. With every story, the young ones would gather closer, eyes wide with wonder, hearts pounding with the thrill of the unknown. They learned about the harpoons that once pierced the vast blue, the hunting ships that ventured into the fog, seeking fortune and glory. Each harpoon had its own story, a tale of desperation and triumph, of life and loss. The fishermen had faced treacherous storms and monstrous waves, all in their quest to bring the bounty of the sea to the table. But as the years passed, a change settled over the coastal towns. The whales began to dwindle, their majestic songs growing fainter with every season. Fishermen who once returned with nets brimming with fish now found their boats empty, the ocean turning into an unyielding expanse of blue. The townspeople felt the loss deep in their bones, a grief that echoed in the empty docks and quiet streets. One fateful day, young Samuel, a boy with dreams as vast as the ocean, decided he would uncover the truth behind the disappearing giants. He climbed aboard his father's old fishing boat, a vessel that had seen better days, but held memories of laughter and love within its worn planks. As he pushed away from the shore, the thrill mingled with fear coursing through his veins. What if I find them? He mused, gripping the wheel tightly, the waves crashing against the hull like an excited heartbeat. Hours drifted by, the sun hanging low in the sky, casting an orange glow that painted the water in hues of fire. Samuel's heart raced. Suddenly, there was a splash, a glimmer in the water. His breath caught in his throat as he turned to see a massive tail rise and fall like a great curtain unfurling. A whale, magnificent and powerful, breached the surface, sending a spray of salt water into the air. Samuel's eyes widened, and he felt tears prickling at the corners, the sheer beauty overwhelming him. The creature danced, twisting and turning in the water, as if inviting him into its world. Samuel could hear the faint echoes of its song reaching him, a haunting melody that wrapped around him like a warm embrace. In that moment, he understood the bond between the people and the sea, the delicate balance that had been disturbed. The whale was not just a creature of the ocean, it was a symbol of their shared history, an ancient guardian of all they held dear. But the joy was short-lived. As night fell, Samuel's boat was surrounded by a thick fog, the world fading into a shadowy dream. His heart pounded like a drum as he strained to listen, the soft whispers of the ocean filling his ears. The tales of old floated through his mind, stories of fishermen who had paid the ultimate price for their greed. What if he too became lost in the depths, swallowed by the very sea he sought to understand? Then, in the midst of the fog, a cry pierced the air, a haunting sound that tugged at his heart, sending chills racing down his spine. It was the call of another whale, distant yet unmistakable. He followed the sound, the emotion stirring within him, a fierce determination to understand the fate of these magnificent beings. Each beat of his heart felt like a promise, a vow to protect the legacy of the ocean that had given so much. As he ventured deeper, the fog began to lift, revealing a hidden cove, untouched and pristine. The water shimmered under the moonlight, and there, beneath the calm surface, a gathering of whales danced joyously. Their songs harmonized, a celebration of life echoing through the night. Samuel could hardly breathe, the beauty before him, both exhilarating and heart-wrenching. He was witnessing something sacred, a connection that transcended time and space. Each whale represented the spirits of those who had come before, the fishermen who had sailed these waters with dreams and hopes. In their grace, he saw the resilience of the sea, the stories that had been passed down through generations and now surged to the surface like the surf crashing upon the rocks. But as he watched, a darkness loomed on the horizon. The shadows of ships appeared, engines roaring, nets dragging through the water. The heart of the ocean was now a battlefield, and the whales were caught in the crossfire of humanity's ceaseless desires. Samuel felt a surge of anger mixed with despair. "No!" he shouted into the night, but his voice was lost in the rush of the sea. The tension was palpable, the air thick with the weight of impending conflict. He could not stand idly by. The fate of the whales was in his hands. As the boats neared, he felt a fire ignite within him, a fierce resolve that surged like the tide. The stories of the past were alive in him, urging him to stand against the tide, to become the voice of the voiceless. In that moment, Samuel transformed. He wasn't just a boy with dreams anymore. He carried the weight of generations on his shoulders. He was a beacon of hope, a bridge between the world of men and the realm of the vast, untamed sea. And as the waves crashed around him and the cries of the whales echoed in his heart, he knew this was just the beginning. The battle for the sea was upon him, and he would fight with every ounce of strength he had. The stories were far from over. The ocean held many more secrets, and he was ready to uncover them. The sun dipped low over the vast expanse of the southwestern desert, casting long shadows that danced across the ochre sands. The landscape was painted in shades of burnt orange and deep purple, all while a cool breeze whispered secrets through the sagebrush. It was here, in this rugged beauty, that ancient spirits were said to roam, their stories woven into the very fabric of the land. The fire crackled as the elders sat in a circle, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. With each tale they spun, the air thickened with a palpable tension, a mix of reverence and fear. Children huddled close, eyes wide, as legends of the desert spirits unfolded before them. They spoke of Coyote, the trickster, a figure both cunning and wise, who blurred the lines between good and evil. He roamed the canyons, his laughter echoing through the cliffs, teaching lessons with every mischievous act. "Beware the coyote," one elder warned, his voice grave. "He may lead you astray, but he also shows you the way." As he spoke, the children felt goosebumps rise on their arms, the thrill of the unknown wrapping around them like a blanket. They could almost see him darting between the shadows, a silhouette against the dimming sky, watching and waiting. Then came the tale of the Kokopelli, the spirit of fertility and joy, known for his flute that could charm the very earth. Legends said that wherever he played, flowers would bloom and laughter would fill the air. Yet, there was a darker side to his melodies. When he played too long, he would attract not just joy, but also misfortune. The wind carried the sweet strains of his music, luring travelers deeper into the desert, where they might never return. The children exchanged glances, apprehension mingling with wonder, as the elder's voice faded into the night, leaving behind a lingering sense of magic and danger. As the stories flowed, the moon rose high, bathing the world in a silver glow. The spirits of the desert were not just tales to frighten, they were the guardians of the land. The elders spoke of the spirits of the ancestors, the ones who walked the earth long before them. They believed that when the wind howled through the canyons, it carried the voices of those who had come before, reminding the living of their sacred duties. A shiver ran through the children. They felt a connection to the past, a weight of history that seemed to press upon their shoulders. But the night was not without its darker shadows. There were whispers of the Wendigo, a creature born from hunger and despair, said to roam the desolate stretches of the desert. It was not merely a beast, but a reflection of humanity's greed and insatiable desires. Elders recounted how the Wendigo would tempt those who wandered too far, offering promises of power and wealth, only to consume their very souls. The children listened, hearts pounding, as they grasped the true lesson embedded in the myth, that unchecked desires could lead to one's downfall. With each story, the tension grew, a thick fog of fear and fascination settling over the group. The flickering flames cast ghostly shapes against the surrounding rocks. And for a moment, the line between the living and the dead felt impossibly thin. Just then, a howl pierced the night, sharp and chilling. It echoed off the cliffs, sending shivers down spines. The elders exchanged knowing glances, their eyes mirroring the dread that gripped the children. They spoke of the howling wind not just as a sound, but as a voice, a spirit warning of the dangers that lurked nearby. The tales continued, winding through the night like the very rivers that shaped the land. They spoke of the spirits of water, guardians of the scarce resource that sustained life in the arid desert. The children learned of the rainbow serpent, a being that brought rain and life, its shimmering scales a promise of abundance. But with that abundance came a cautionary tale. If the balance was disturbed, the land would suffer. The rain would turn to a flash flood, consuming everything in its path, a reminder of nature's power and unpredictability. As dawn began to break, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the elders shared the story of the place where the spirits gathered, the sacred sites of the Southwest. They spoke of the ancient cliff dwellings, where the ancestral Puebloans once thrived. In those places, it was believed the spirits of the land would come alive, guiding the living and connecting them to their roots. The children felt a profound sense of belonging, an invisible thread tying them to the ancestors who had walked before them, leaving behind echoes of their wisdom. But not all sites were places of peace. The elders warned of cursed grounds, areas where dark deeds had unfolded, leaving malevolent spirits to linger. These spirits, fueled by anger and grief, would seek vengeance on those who dared to intrude. The air grew heavy with fear, and the flickering flames seemed to pulse with the energy of the tales being told. The children clutched one another, hearts racing, as they envisioned the restless spirits haunting the desert under the veil of night. As the stories wound to a close, the elders shared the most important lesson, that the spirits were not to be feared, but respected. They were the keepers of the desert, reflections of the complexities of life itself. The children nodded, their eyes reflecting the fading embers of the fire, understanding that they were now part of this tapestry of stories, this vast and intricate web of life and death, joy and sorrow. The sun rose higher, illuminating the desert landscape, yet the echoes of the night remained. The children felt a stirring within them, a call to carry these stories forward, to become the next generation of storytellers. And as they looked out over the vastness of the desert, they felt the presence of the spirits around them, a reminder that the line between myths and reality was thin, and that they were never truly alone. The desert held its breath, waiting, watching for the next chapter to unfold. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery glow that danced among the trees, whispering ancient secrets. Shadows flickered like flames around gnarled branches, and the air was alive with the rustle of leaves, as if the forest itself breathed with a pulse of its own. Deep in the woods, stories of woodland creatures swirled like the mist that clung to the ground, wrapping around the legs of anyone daring enough to tread the thick carpet of fallen leaves. They spoke of shapes and sounds, of friends and foes, each tale more chilling than the last. A flicker of movement caught the eye, a flash of white amidst the dark trunks. Was it merely a rabbit or something more? In the lore of the woods, creatures took on forms both familiar and unknown. The forest was a canvas painted with the vibrant colors of myth, where owls were the wise seers and foxes embodied cunning. Every rustle carried the weight of old stories, waiting to envelop the listener in their spellbinding embrace. Legends spoke of the elusive Cernunnos, the horned god, guardian of the wild. He roamed the woods, a protector of balance. Farmers feared his wrath, for he could summon storms, yet they revered him during harvest, believing he blessed their crops. The locals whispered about sightings, always tinged with fear and awe. When dusk fell, they could still hear the echoes of his laughter among the trees, a reminder that nature was not just a backdrop, but a living, breathing entity with its own will. Then there were the fairies, mischievous spirits said to dance within the moonlight. They lured travelers off the beaten path, leading them to places where time twisted and laughter hung in the air like the sweet scent of honeysuckle. But the stories warned of the price. Those who strayed too far might never return, their laughter replaced by silence, their joys lost to the woods forever. The fairies' allure was irresistible, a temptation that danced on the fringes of reason, always teetering on the edge between delight and despair. As the night deepened, shadows morphed into more sinister shapes. A chill gripped the air. The stories of the Wendigo, a creature of hunger and despair, crept into conversations around flickering fires. Tall and gaunt, with eyes like dying embers, it was said to haunt those who dared to venture alone. Legends warned of its insatiable appetite, a beast born from greed and gluttony, forever cursed to wander the frozen woods, a reflection of humanity's darkest impulses. The fear it instilled was palpable, a reminder of the consequences that lay in wait for those who ignored the forest's delicate balance. Yet not all creatures brought fear. The gentle stag, with its majestic antlers crowned like a king, symbolized grace and nobility. Ancient stories wove a tapestry of reverence around its presence, linking it to the souls of lost wanderers who had found peace in the embrace of nature. To catch a glimpse of the stag, meant blessings from the forest itself, a sign that one was walking in harmony with the world. Its elegance was a beacon of hope, a reminder that beauty could thrive even in the darkest of woods. In the corners of the tales, the darkness and light intertwined, like the very roots of the trees. The monstrous and the magical coexisted, and every creature had its place in the grand design. The stories were rich with emotion, painting vivid images of struggle and triumph, loss and love. They echoed through generations, passed down from parent to child, igniting fires of imagination and caution. A sudden rustle broke the stillness, sending a wave of tension through the air. The sound grew louder, an urgent thumping that reverberated through the ground. It was the beat of hooves, a stampede of wild horses, free and untamed. In that moment, the forest transformed into a stage of raw power, the beauty of the creatures unleashed in a whirlwind of movement. The air filled with their cries, a chorus of freedom that made hearts race and spirits soar. The legends of the forest were filled with those who had witnessed such sights, tales of bravery and awe that transcended time. Each encounter with the wild was a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The woodland creatures were not mere specters of myth. They were the essence of life itself, breathing energy into the earth and stories that entwined with every whisper of the wind. In the depths of this enchanting realm, the stories wove together like the intricate patterns of spider silk. Each thread connected to another. The tales were reminders of the fragility of existence, of the bonds formed between man and nature, of the delicate balance that held the world together. As the night wore on, the fire's glow flickered, casting shadows that danced like spirits in the night. Each crackle of the flames echoed the heartbeat of the forest, a rhythm of life pulsing through the earth beneath. But amidst the beauty and majesty, there lingered a sense of foreboding. The forest had a voice, a low murmur that beckoned to those who listened closely. It whispered of guardians and tricksters, of spirits that roamed and watched, their eyes keen and knowing. With every story, the tension grew thicker, hanging in the air like the mist that curled around the trees. Each legend carried a warning, a thread that linked the past to the present, urging respect and understanding for the land that cradled their lives. As dawn approached, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the canopy, illuminating the forest in a golden hue. The magic of the night faded, but the sense of wonder remained. The stories would linger, woven into the fabric of the woods, waiting for the next curious soul to uncover their mysteries. The woodland creatures slept soundly, their dreams filled with the echoes of ancient tales, ready to rise again and reclaim the night. The cycle continued, a timeless loop that beckoned to those who dared to believe in the mystique of the forest and its enchanting inhabitants. In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, figures draped in vibrant fabrics moved gracefully, their hearts beating in sync with the low thrum of drums echoing in the air. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the world shifted. Shadows danced, and the air crackled with anticipation. In this sacred space, time stood still, and the whispers of ancient gods seemed to weave through the atmosphere, calling on the living to join in a timeless ritual. Ceremonies in mythological practices were not mere events. They were lifelines connecting the earthly to the divine, the mundane to the mystical. Every gesture, every chant, and every offering carried the weight of history, echoing the beliefs and hopes of those who had come before. Imagine the hands of the ancients crafting clay figurines, each detail imbued with intention. The fire they lit flickered with the essence of life itself, marking the boundary between this world and the next. It was here, amid the swirling smoke and the rhythmic sounds, that the threads of humanity intertwined with the cosmos. In ancient Greece, the vibrant festivals dedicated to Dionysus showcased the role of ceremonies in mythological practices. The air would be punctuated with the wild screams of revelers. Men and women, cloaked in ivy and wearing masks, transformed into otherworldly beings, embodying the spirit of the god of wine and ecstasy. In their frenzied dances, they surrendered to the intoxicating pull of the divine. It was a catharsis, a release of pent-up emotions, where laughter blended seamlessly with tears. The community was both participant and audience, a living tapestry woven with emotion and connection. Far to the east, in the ancient land of India, the intricate rituals surrounding Diwali sparkled with a different kind of magic. Here, the flickering lights represented not only the triumph of good over evil, but the collective hopes of families wanting to ward off darkness. With every prayer chanted, families opened their homes, inviting prosperity and joy. The sweet aroma of freshly baked treats filled the air, mingling with the scents of marigolds and sandalwood. As the night unfolded, the skies lit up with vibrant fireworks, each burst a celebration of life, reminding everyone present of the delicate balance between light and shadow. In Mesoamerica, the ceremonies of the Aztecs reached a fevered intensity. The sun rose over the Grand Pyramids, illuminating the dedicated priests adorned in colorful feathers and dazzling jewels. Their voices rose in unison, calling upon the gods to grant favor, to ensure good harvests and protection from calamities. The heart of a sacrificial victim, still pulsating, was offered to the sun, an act that sent shivers down the spine. It was both horrifying and awe-inspiring, a testament to the belief that life and death were inextricably linked. The air thickened with tension as the spectators held their breath in reverence, understanding that the forces of nature could only be appeased through such acts of profound devotion. Africa, rich with its diverse cultures, showcased ceremonies that resonated with ancestral spirits. The call of the djembe drums echoed through the savannas, summoning the spirits of those who had walked the earth long before. Dancers, adorned in bright colors and tribal paint, moved with a fluidity that spoke of the earth itself. Each step was a conversation with the past, inviting the spirits to dance alongside them, to share in their joys and struggles. It was a reminder that the boundaries of existence were thin. The ancestors lived on in the hearts of their descendants. The air was electric, and the rhythm of life pulsed through every body present, uniting them in purpose and spirit. In the frozen realms of the north, the ceremonies of the indigenous Sami carried their own sacred weight. Beneath the shimmering auroras, the joik, a soulful chant, filled the air with haunting melodies, bridging the gap between the physical and spiritual worlds. The Sami gathered around fires, sharing stories of their ancestors and the spirits of the land. Each word dripped with emotion, a deep-rooted connection to the reindeer and the wild earth that sustained them. As they sang, the wind seemed to join in, carrying their prayers toward the stars, turning the night into a canvas of hope and resilience. Even in modern times, the essence of these ancient practices persists, morphing and adapting while retaining their core. Ceremonies celebrate milestones, births, marriages, and life transitions, allowing the community to come together, weaving their individual threads into a collective tapestry. Each celebration is a reminder of humanity's shared journey, a nod to the spirits that walk beside them, even in a world that sometimes feels disconnected. As the last embers of the fire crackled and faded, leaving behind a soft glow, the participants lingered, their hearts full. They understood that ceremonies were not simply about the rituals performed. They were about the stories told, the connections forged, and the emotions shared. Each ceremony, a heartbeat in the endless rhythm of life, served as a reminder of the power of belief, the strength of community, and the delicate dance of existence. The night was not just a collection of moments. It was a living narrative, an echo of the past that resonated in the present. And as the stars twinkled above, a silent promise lingered in the air. This cycle would continue, weaving its way through the ages, an eternal dance between the spiritual and the earthly, drawing people closer to the very essence of what it means to be human. The wind howled through the trees as a storm gathered in the distance, dark clouds rolling like a tide across the sky. In that moment, the air crackled with a sense of purpose, and the earth beneath felt alive, whispering secrets of ancient times. 4 figures stood at the edge of a clearing, each representing the essence of a direction, their presence heavy with the weight of history and meaning. Each direction, north, south, east, west, carried with it a legacy that shaped the lives of countless souls who walked this earth long before. To the north, a tall figure draped in white fur bore the chill of winter. This was the keeper of wisdom and endurance. Through harsh winters, tribes had learned to survive, to adapt, and to draw strength from the land. North was the symbol of introspection and the spirit of resilience. In times of trial, when the world felt like it was closing in, those who sought guidance would turn their hearts to the north, hoping to find clarity within the chaos. They remembered stories of elders huddled around fires, recounting tales of those who persevered against the fiercest of storms. In contrast, the figure of the south danced lightly, embodying warmth and the vibrancy of life. Their skin glimmered like the sun, promising growth and joy. The south symbolized the flourishing of nature, the season of abundance. Long ago, farmers would look to the southern skies to anticipate the rains that would bring life to their crops. Children laughed and played in the fields as the community came together to celebrate the bounty of the harvest. In those moments of joy, they understood that the South was not merely a direction, but a reminder to cherish the beauty of life's fleeting moments. East stood with arms wide, the promise of dawn stretching across the horizon. With every sunrise, new possibilities awakened with the light. The figure represented hope, renewal, and the endless cycle of beginnings. Ancient cultures revered the East as the birthplace of the sun, a source of energy that ignited their spirits daily. Rituals were performed, songs were sung, and prayers were offered as the first rays broke through the darkness. In every heart that beat with anticipation for the new day, the East was a guiding star, illuminating paths and beckoning them forward. Then, there was the figure of the West, cloaked in a palette of reds and oranges, embodying the surrender of the day as it faded into twilight. This direction held the stories of endings and transformation. The setting sun reminded people of the beauty in letting go, of acknowledging the past while embracing what lay ahead. The West called forth memories of the warmth of companionship, the laughter of friends, and the bittersweet goodbyes shared around campfires. It was here that the tension of change mingled with the sweetness of memory, and it was here that the heart found solace amidst the shifting tides of life. As the storm intensified, the figures began to merge, each representing not just a direction, but a piece of the human experience. The dance of these elements created a magnetic force, pulling at the very fibers of existence. The air grew thick with emotion, a palpable reminder that every moment is woven together by the threads of the four directions. In the whispers of the wind, stories of warriors echoed, brave souls who had journeyed across these lands guided by the stars. They sought the meaning hidden within the mountains and rivers that shaped their destinies. The North's determination fueled their courage, while the South's joy reminded them of the beauty worth fighting for. The East's promise of dawn offered hope in the darkest hours, and the West taught them the grace of acceptance, how to find peace in the face of inevitable change. Once, in a time when legends roamed freely, a great gathering took place. People from distant tribes traveled for miles, each carrying their unique gifts and stories. Around a colossal fire, they honored the four directions, sharing wisdom passed down through generations. As they spoke, their voices intertwined, forming a tapestry of experiences that spanned the globe. They spoke of love, loss, and the sacred connections that bind humanity to the earth. The flame flickered, casting shadows that danced like memories on the ground. In that sacred space, the air hummed with unity, a reminder that every individual, no matter their origin, was an essential part of the greater whole. The elders emphasized the necessity of balance, teaching that to walk in harmony with the four directions was to understand oneself and one's place in the universe. As the night deepened, the storm began to subside, revealing a blanket of stars above. It was a sight that stirred emotions, buried deep within the hearts of the gathered. Each star twinkling in the vast dark sky was a cherished dream, a reflection of the hopes and aspirations that were born in the laughter of the South, nurtured in the warmth of the East, tested in the trials of the North, and cherished in the memories of the West. Yet, as the fire's glow faded and the gathering dispersed, an unshakable tension lingered in the air, a sense that their stories were far from over. The four directions continued to call out, urging each person to carry their lessons into the world, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The journey was not just theirs. It belonged to every soul who dared to listen to the winds and honor the sacredness of the world around them. And so, beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, the figures of North, South, East, and West remained intertwined, a powerful reminder that every step taken was influenced by the lessons of the past and the promise of the future. The storm had passed, but the emotions surged like an undying flame, igniting a collective spirit that would echo through generations, an eternal dance of direction, purpose, and meaning. The world continued to spin, and the call of the four directions would forever resonate, urging everyone to listen, to feel, and to celebrate the interconnectedness of all things. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient battlefield where heroes once clashed, their stories woven into the very fabric of the earth. Each fallen soldier, each shattered shield, lingered like a whisper of the past, echoing through time. It was here that myth and history intertwined, where the gods watched from the heavens, their influence palpable in every fateful moment. In the annals of history, the fabled events of yesteryear often took on a life of their own, stretching the fabric of reality. Every arrow shot and every battle cry seemed to resonate with a cosmic significance, revealing the deeper truths of the human experience. Take, for instance, the tragic fate of the Trojan War, an epic tale that transcends mere mortals. A quarrel among the gods morphed into a decade-long siege, as Helen's beauty incited not only desire, but wrath that reverberated through the ages. The clash of armies, the cunning of Odysseus, and the fate of Achilles all bore the hallmarks of divine manipulation. Each character was not just a fighter. They were vessels through which the gods expressed their own desires, fears, and grudges. The ancient Greeks did not merely recount events. They imbued them with mythological significance, believing that every hero's triumph or failure echoed divine will. What if Achilles, the greatest warrior, was not only a man, but also a manifestation of the relentless spirit of vengeance? His heel, the one vulnerable spot on an otherwise invincible body, became a symbol of human frailty, reminding all who heard the tale that even the mightiest can fall. The gods smiled upon him, yet it was the same deities who orchestrated his demise, showing how intertwined fate and free will can be. In stark contrast, the tale of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table cast a different light on myth's role in history. Here, the legend transcended the battlefield. The sword Excalibur, thrust into the stone, became the embodiment of rightful sovereignty, a metaphor for leadership forged in the fires of sacrifice. Arthur's journey was one of unity and chivalry, but it too was marred by betrayal and tragedy. The love triangle involving Lancelot and Guinevere was not simply a tale of romance. It was a warning about the destructive nature of desire and loyalty. As the kingdom fell apart, the echoes of its mythic origins haunted the remnants of Camelot, illustrating that even the noblest of intentions can lead to ruin. Across oceans and time, the Aztec civilization offered a spine-tingling narrative of their own. The sun god Huitzilopochtli demanded sacrifice, a chilling reminder of the thin line between life and death. The Mexica believed that their very existence depended on appeasing their gods, so they engaged in ritualistic battles, where warriors fought, not just for glory, but to keep the sun in the sky. The stories of the five sons, each one a mythological age that ended in cataclysm, were more than mere folklore. They were a stark reflection of their belief in cyclical destruction and rebirth. Each sacrifice was a desperate plea to the heavens, an act of love that left an indelible mark on their history, yet filled with a deep, unsettling dread that they were perpetually walking on the edge of annihilation. Consider the fateful voyage of the Mayflower in 1620, entwined with the mythos of the American dream. The Pilgrims, believed to be chosen by divine providence, set sail through treacherous seas with visions of a promised land. Each wave that crashed against the ship was a test of faith, a moment steeped in divine favor or wrath. Upon arrival, they encountered the native peoples, whose lives became intertwined with their own through a series of complex encounters. The narrative of Thanksgiving emerged, a beautiful yet tragic tale of unity and misunderstanding, reverberating with a haunting awareness of loss and cultural erasure. As tales of gods and mortals danced through the ages, the fall of Rome transformed into a mythological epic all its own. The grandeur of the empire, adorned with triumphs and tragedies, beckoned a divine reckoning. The gods, it seemed, had grown weary, and the inevitable decline became a canvas for moral lessons. The allegory of the phoenix rising from its ashes became synonymous with the idea of rebirth, reminding those who lingered in the ruins that even the greatest of civilizations could rise anew, but only after the fires of destruction had consumed the old. The intertwining of myth with history did not cease there. The stories of Joan of Arc, a simple peasant girl who claimed divine guidance, became a tapestry woven with threads of faith, courage, and sacrifice. Her visions, believed to be sent from God, ignited a nation's spirit, propelling her into the heart of a war that would resonate through time. She stood as a beacon of hope, her martyrdom a powerful symbol of unwavering belief. The flames that consumed her formed not just a tragic end, but a compelling narrative of a saintly warrior, forever etched in the hearts of those who sought divine inspiration in the face of insurmountable odds. In the shadow of the horrors of World War II, the stories of resistance and resilience emerged, cloaked in mythological fervor. The figure of Anne Frank transformed from a mere girl into an emblem of innocence lost and the enduring spirit of humanity. Her words breathed life into a myth of survival against the darkest of times, showcasing how hope can persist even in the most harrowing circumstances. Each page of her diary became a testament, a reminder that history is not just a collection of dates, but a narrative rich with emotion and spirit. As the unfolding tapestry of time revealed itself, the echoes of these mythological interpretations lingered, revealing an unbreakable bond between the past and the present. With every story, whether of triumph or despair, humanity searched for meaning, for connection, weaving the sacred with the everyday. The line between history and myth blurred as each new generation breathed fresh life into the tales of old. And so, the cycle continued, with mythological interpretations of events shaping the narrative of our shared existence, pulling at the heartstrings of those who dared to listen. With each turn of the page, they beckoned the curious, inviting them to step into a world where the boundaries of reality and legend intertwined seamlessly, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In a dimly lit longhouse, the flickering flames cast shadows that danced like ancient spirits on the walls. The air was thick with stories passed down through generations, tales of creation, of courage, and of the delicate balance between the male and female energies that shaped the world. Here, the whispers of ancestors echoed, reverberating with the profound significance of gender roles that were never rigid, but flowed like the rivers that crisscrossed the land. Long ago, in the stories of the Lakota people, Wiyukta, the earth, was revered as the nurturing mother, her spirit intertwined with that of Inyan, the rock, representing strength and stability. Together, they created a world where both elements were vital. Women were seen not just as caretakers, but as powerful figures who held the wisdom of the earth in their hands. They were the keepers of tradition, the storytellers, and the healers, celebrated in ceremonies that honored life itself. Men, in turn, were warriors and providers, tasked with protecting and providing for their families and communities. But they too sought guidance from the women, recognizing their invaluable roles. As the stories unfolded, a young girl named Taya listened intently, her heart racing with excitement. She was not just a bystander. She felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the strength of the women who had come before her flowing through her veins. Each tale was a thread, weaving the fabric of identity, culture, and respect. Taya dreamed of becoming a healer, a role traditionally held by women in her tribe, and the weight of that aspiration filled her with both pride and fear. Would she be able to carry on the legacy? Across the smoky room, her brother Tanka sat with a frown, caught between the expectations of manhood and the desire to be an artist. While the stories of valor inspired him, he felt trapped by the notion that men must be fierce warriors, strong and unyielding. He longed to paint the world as he saw it, filled with color and life. but the fear of disappointing his family loomed large. Tanka's dreams felt like a hidden stream beneath the surface, teetering on the brink of exposure, longing for the light. In another part of the continent, the Hopi people celebrated the balance of male and female energies through their Kachina spirits. Each Kachina embodied different aspects of life, with male and female spirits equally revered. The male Kachina danced with vigor, embodying the sun's strength, while the female Kachina radiated warmth and fertility. This sacred dance mirrored the balance of life itself, showcasing that both the masculine and feminine principles were necessary for harmony and growth. As Taya and Tanka learned about these stories, their hearts swelled with pride and confusion. The tension between tradition and personal desire wrapped around them like a heavy cloak. Taya's desire to heal her people clashed with the whispers of doubt that suggested a woman should remain in the shadows, while Tanka's artistic spirit wrestled with the relentless call to conform to the image of a warrior. The stories of their ancestors were both a source of inspiration and a looming challenge, creating a tempest of emotions within. The sun set low, casting a golden hue upon the horizon, and the community gathered for the evening ceremony. Their voices rose in unison, singing songs that echoed the balance of life, male and female, sun and moon, earth and sky. Taya stepped forward, emboldened by the whispers of the past, her voice trembling with passion as she shared her own story. "I want to heal," she declared, her heart pounding like a drum. "I want to carry on our traditions." The crowd fell silent, a collective breath held in anticipation. In that moment, the ancestral spirit seemed to lean in closer. Tanka stood beside her, his heart racing, feeling the weight of his sister's courage. With a deep breath, he added, "And I want to paint our stories, to show the world our colors." The words hung in the air, heavy with a mix of fear and hope. The crowd erupted in applause, embracing both their aspirations, the acknowledgement that gender roles were not chains, but tools for expression and honor. Yet, the shadows of doubt lingered. What would be expected of them tomorrow? Would the community accept their paths, or would the echoes of tradition pull them back into prescribed roles? The tension between the past and their dreams dangled like a taut string, ready to snap. The evening celebration held a bittersweet taste, as the warmth of acceptance battled against the chill of uncertainty. In the days that followed, Taya joined the women in the healing ceremonies, her hands guiding herbs and prayers. She felt the earth beneath her, resonating with the knowledge passed down from generations before. Tanka found solace among the men, learning the art of storytelling through colors and the brush, but often stealing glances at his sister, her strength igniting a fire within him. As the moon waxed and waned, tales of bravery and resilience flourished, intertwining with the struggles of their own journeys. Taya and Tanka began to see the threads of their identities woven together, each longing for more than what tradition defined. They forged a path that honored their ancestors while carving space for their own truths. The world was vast, filled with possibilities as bright as the stars that twinkled in the night sky. Yet, the journey was fraught with challenges. The weight of expectation pressed down on their shoulders, demanding adherence to age-old roles. Taya faced resistance, her desire to heal met with skepticism, while Tanka grappled with the fear of rejection from those who did not understand his artistic dreams. The tension simmered, a palpable thread that connected their journeys, pushing them closer to clarity, yet further from acceptance. As the seasons changed, the stories continued to unfold, and the flames in the longhouse flickered with anticipation. Each tale of creation, courage, and the intricate dance of gender roles was not just a relic of the past, but a living testament to the power of balance, unity, and the quest for self. Taya and Tanka stood at the precipice, ready to carve out their destinies, yet still tethered to the wisdom of those who walked before them. And in that moment, as the shadows stretched long and the stories awaited their next chapter, they understood. The dance of life would continue, a beautiful tapestry woven by the hands of both men and women, forever entwined in the legacy of their people. The wind howled through the trees, whispering secrets of old, secrets that seemed to dance in the shadows as twilight fell. A young girl, her eyes wide with wonder, sat by the flickering firelight, listening intently to her grandmother's voice, rich with tales that straddled the line between history and myth. The stories traveled through generations, like a river carving through stone, changing shape yet remaining true to their essence. Tonight, however, something felt different, charged with an energy that sent a shiver down her spine. Around the campfire, the crackling flames painted flickering pictures against the night. The grandmother spoke of deer spirits and trickster crows, beings that echoed the natural world, yet her words began to weave threads from far-off lands. The girl's mind raced, filled with images of knights, fairies, and creatures from lands across the ocean. A strange connection was forming, one that her ancestors had never known, yet somehow now felt familiar. Long before the first ships made their way across the Atlantic, Europe had its own tapestry of myths. The stories of gods and monsters, of valiant heroes and cruel witches, were not just tales, but part of the very fabric of life. Yet, as these tales crossed oceans, they began to mingle with the rich, vibrant stories of native peoples, creating a unique blend that neither could have predicted. The grandmother continued, her voice a melodic hum. "You see, dear one, the stories we tell are like stars scattered in the sky. They may seem distant, each one twinkling in its own way, but when the night is clear, they form constellations that connect us all." She spoke of the arrival of European settlers, their tales of the sea and of adventure, and how these elements slipped into the traditional stories of the land. The girl shivered at the thought of ships on the horizon, so grand yet ominous, and the darkness that sometimes followed their arrival. As the fire crackled, shadows danced among the trees, and stories transformed. The girl could almost hear the whispers of ancient spirits intertwining with the echoes of European folklore. She thought of the trickster figure, Coyote, who played pranks that turned the world upside down, much like the mischievous Puck from English tales. The connection was electric. It ignited something within her, a realization that tales were living entities, growing and changing, just as the people who told them. The more her grandmother spoke, the more the stories began to swirl together. The mythical beasts of European lore, dragons and griffins, found their echo in the legendary thunderbirds that soared through the skies, commanding storms and respect. The girl envisioned these mighty creatures, fierce and beautiful, their roars reverberating through the mountains. It was a haunting thought, for with every clash of thunder came the reminder of change, of worlds colliding. In a moment that felt suspended in time, the grandmother paused, her gaze piercing into the night. "But beware, my dear," she warned softly, for not all new stories brought peace. Some came with darkness, carrying the weight of conquest, shaping tales that would break hearts and shatter worlds. The girl felt a chill creep down her spine as images of battles and sorrow flickered in her mind, a stark contrast to the joy of storytelling. The laughter of the trickster mixed with the cries of the fallen, a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. The campfire crackled, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky, and for a fleeting moment, the girl imagined herself a part of those ancient stories. She envisioned herself as a brave warrior, standing against the tide of colonization, her spirit interwoven with the shadows of the past and the bright hopes of the future. She felt the weight of her ancestors' pain and resilience, a powerful force that surged within her. The grandmother continued, weaving tales of how the two worlds began to shape one another. The European settlers, lost in their new surroundings, found comfort in familiar narratives. They began to adapt native stories, blending their morals and lessons into tales that spoke of human struggle against nature, wisdom gained through hardship. The girl's heart raced at the thought of these men and women, feeling the pull of their own mythologies as they struggled to understand a land so vastly different from their own. Yet, within those stories, the girl sensed a warning, a call to remember the original voices, the voices that had sung to the mountains and danced with the rivers long before the arrival of foreign ships. It was crucial to understand that while stories could unite, they could also divide. The tales that emerged from the ashes of conquest were tinged with complexity, beauty woven with sadness, a duality that demanded respect. As the fire flickered low, the grandmother's voice softened, becoming almost a whisper. Remember, my child, stories are alive. They breathe and shift, just as we do. They hold the power to heal, but also to harm. The girl's thoughts raced, and she leaned closer, her heart pounding with the urgency of understanding. She could feel the weight of history pressing around her, the echoes of voices from across the ocean intertwining with the whispers of her ancestors. And there, in the stillness of that moment, a new story began to unfold. A story that was neither entirely native nor European, but something altogether new, forged in the crucible of shared experiences and intertwined destinies. As the last embers of the fire glowed, the girl felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. The stories of the past were not just relics to be admired. They were living connections, threads that could either bind or break. The night deepened, and the stars shone brightly overhead, illuminating the path for the next generation of storytellers. With hearts full of hope and the weight of history on their backs, they would carry these tales forward, crafting new narratives from the old, ensuring that the echoes of both the land and the sea resonated with those who would come after. The girl could see it all: the past, the present, and the shimmering promise of the stories yet to be told, waiting just beyond the horizon. In the vibrant streets of a bustling city, a group of teenagers huddled together, their faces illuminated by the glow of their smartphones. They were watching a viral video, a modern retelling of a centuries-old myth where ancient gods traded their celestial powers for the thrill of human experiences. As laughter erupted from the group, they were blissfully unaware that this was just the tip of the iceberg. These stories, dressed in the clothing of the present, were about to erupt into their lives in ways they could never have imagined. Every age has its tales, but myths have a peculiar way of seeping into the fabric of society. In a world where everything feels disposable, ancient stories cling like stubborn weeds, refusing to be forgotten. With each retelling, they morph and adapt, shedding their skins to fit new times and tastes. Today, These myths are not just relegated to dusty pages of history books. They pulse through movies, music, and even social media feeds, breathing new life into old yarns. Consider the superhero films that dominate the box office. At first glance, they might seem like mere entertainment, but if you look closer, you'll see echoes of the great heroes of yore. Take Achilles, for example. His invincibility is echoed in the likes of Superman, who battles foes that threaten humanity with superhuman strength. Both heroes wrestle with their identities, grappling with love, loss, and the weight of their powers. The legends of old are not left behind. They are woven into the narratives that captivate audiences today, reminding us that heroism is born from struggle. Then there are the countless adaptations in literature. A modern retelling of the Odyssey can capture the essence of homecoming, not just in the context of ancient Greece, but also through the eyes of a soldier returning home from war. Themes of perseverance and longing reverberate through the ages, reminding readers that no matter the era, the heart's desires remain universal. In a world filled with distractions, these tales connect us to a deeper sense of humanity. Television series, too, have seized upon the allure of ancient myths. Shows like American Gods reinterpret deities in contemporary settings, where the old gods struggle to maintain relevance in a world that worships technology and consumerism. The clash between tradition and modernity plays out in vivid colors, drawing viewers into a battle that is as much about survival as it is about belief. You can feel the tension in the air as characters wrestle with their fading powers and the desperate need to connect with the human experience. Social media platforms are the new amphitheaters, where creators share reimagined myths in bite-sized videos. TikTok dances inspired by ancient rituals or Instagram reels that parody the stories of mortals and gods alike transform the sacred into the secular, making these tales accessible to a new generation. The ancient pantheon of gods, with their flaws and follies, finds a home in memes and hashtags, resonating with young people who crave authenticity in a world that often feels manufactured. These adaptations spark conversations about identity, culture, and the timeless struggle between good and evil. Amidst this modern reinterpretation, there's a palpable yearning for connection. People crave the wisdom that these myths offer, seeking guidance in a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable. The stories touch on the very core of what it means to be human: the search for love, the fear of loss, and the quest for purpose. In a society where loneliness looms large, these tales wrap around us like a warm blanket, reminding us that we are not alone in our struggles. Even in the realm of theater, classics are being reborn. A contemporary version of Euripides's Medea may be set in a modern city, addressing themes of betrayal and revenge that resonate with today's audiences. The raw emotions portrayed on stage become mirrors, reflecting the audience's own lives, forcing them to confront uncomfortable truths and igniting a fire within their souls. The electricity of the performance vibrates through the air, leaving everyone breathless as age-old dilemmas unfold before their eyes. The intertwining of the past and present is a powerful force, and the emotional weight of these adaptations cannot be ignored. They breathe life into age-old questions. What does it mean to love, to lose, to fight against fate? As the stories evolve, they provoke thought and stir feelings, creating a tapestry rich with emotion that resonates on both personal and collective levels. The whispers of old gods and heroes echo through the streets, reminding passers-by of the legacies that still shape their actions and beliefs. The world is a stage where ancient tales are reimagined, each thread intricately woven into the fabric of modern life. As the sun sets, casting long shadows, the figure of a young woman stands at the edge of a bustling square, her heart racing with the weight of her choices. She feels the pull of her own story, intertwined with those of the legendary figures she idolizes. The longing for adventure, the fear of failure, and the desire for significance surge within her. Around her, the stories continue to unfold. A child listens wide-eyed to a grandmother recounting a tale of courage and sacrifice, while a young man debates the morality of a hero's actions on a crowded subway. Each voice adds another layer to the myth, transforming it into something fresh, something alive. The air crackles with energy, every retelling becoming a new heartbeat in the ongoing saga of humanity. As night falls, a group gathers at a local cafe, sharing their own versions of the myths they've heard. Each retelling ignites a spark of creativity, a new interpretation born from personal experience. They laugh, they cry, and they connect through the aching truth of the stories that have shaped their lives. In that moment, the past and present meld beautifully, creating a rich tableau that transcends time and space. And as they speak, the threads of mythology and modernity weave together, creating a tapestry that is yet to be completed, a journey that promises to continue, forever evolving, forever engaging. Under the canvas of a twilight sky, where the last rays of sunlight danced with shadows, an ancient village nestled between towering mountains whispered stories buried in time. Each stone seemed to hum with the voices of ancestors, their legends woven into the very fabric of existence. As the villagers gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated in the warm glow, the air crackled with anticipation. They were about to retell the myths that shaped their identities, each tale a thread in the tapestry of who they were. The old storyteller, his voice trembling with age yet fierce with passion, began. In the beginning, the world was chaos, a swirling void until the first gods emerged from the depths. His words painted vivid images of creation, where celestial beings crafted mountains and rivers, breathing life into the barren land. The villagers' hearts raced as they listened, the stories awakening something primal within them. They felt their ancestors' presence, a connection that transcended time and space. Myth was not merely an assortment of fanciful tales, it was the very soul of their identity. Each legend crafted a narrative that shaped their understanding of the world, their values, their fears, and their dreams. The story of the Great Wolf, for instance, taught them about bravery against insurmountable odds. It was said that the wolf once roamed freely, guarding the village from dark spirits. When the creature finally fell, a hero arose, embodying the courage of the wolf, their essence forever entwined. Each child knew that by hearing this tale, they were not just listening, they were inheriting the spirit of bravery that had once protected their ancestors. As the fire crackled, the storyteller shifted to the tale of the weeping goddess, a figure of loss and resilience. She was said to have watched over the villagers, shedding tears that nourished their crops, a reminder that even in sorrow, life could flourish. This story resonated deeply with the villagers who had faced their own heartaches. They knew loss. They had buried loved ones, felt the sting of abandonment. But with every word, they realized that their pain was not theirs alone. It was part of a shared narrative, binding them together in a community of understanding and empathy. They could feel the warmth of the goddess's spirit wrap around them like a comforting embrace, weaving through their shared experiences. With each myth recounted, the villagers felt the tug of identity pulling them tighter together. It was in the tales of fierce battles fought and won, of lovers separated by fate, yet destined to reunite. These stories were not just entertainment. They were blueprints of their existence, teaching lessons that transcended generations. A hush fell over the crowd as the storyteller's voice dipped to a whisper, speaking of a time when darkness threatened to consume their world. The tale of the lost city emerged, a once thriving place swallowed by despair. The villagers had heard this story before, but every retelling felt more urgent, like a warning. It served as a stark reminder of the fragile line between prosperity and ruin, echoing the reality of their own lives. Just as the city vanished, they too could be forgotten, their stories lost to time. Fear rippled through the crowd, yet it was intermingled with resolve. They understood that to keep their identity alive, they had to honor their myths, to pass them down and breathe life into them anew. A sudden gust of wind swept through the gathering, sending shivers down spines and rustling leaves like whispers of the past urging them to listen. The storyteller's eyes gleamed as he spoke of the seeker, a brave soul who ventured beyond the mountains to uncover lost truths. This character, embodying the very essence of humanity's quest for understanding, resonated deeply within each villager. They felt the weight of their own searches, the questions that haunted their dreams, the longing for connection in an ever-changing world. As the story intensified, the air thickened with tension. The seeker faced trials that tested not just strength, but the fabric of identity itself. Encounters with mythical creatures, puzzles of the heart, and the struggle against shadows made the villagers hold their breath. They could feel every heartbeat, every moment of despair that clawed at their hero. It mirrored their own struggles, the questions of who they were and where they belonged. The storyteller's voice swelled with emotion as he reached the climax. The seeker, battered but unbroken, returned with the knowledge that myths were not just stories, but the essence of identity itself. The villagers erupted into applause, their spirits soaring with a fierce pride. They were not merely spectators. They were part of a legacy, intertwined with the very myths that defined them. With the final words hanging in the air, the fire flickered, casting ghostly shadows around the villagers. Time felt suspended, each heartbeat a reminder of their connection, not just to their past, but to each other in the present. It was a moment of realization that their identities were wrapped up in these narratives, a living tapestry that connected them to generations before and to those yet to come. As the flames surrendered to the night and the stars began to twinkle overhead, the villagers felt a collective pulse, a reminder that myths breathed life into their identities. Love, loss, bravery, and hope flowed through their veins, linking them to the stories that had shaped them. With every retelling, those same stories morphed, adapting to the world around them, yet remaining steadfast in their core. In the quiet that followed, as the last embers glowed softly, the villagers exchanged knowing glances. There was no need for words. They understood that their lives were interwoven with the myths of their ancestors. And as the night deepened, the gentle wind seemed to carry their stories across the mountains, waiting for someone, somewhere, to listen and remember. The connection between myth and identity was alive, each thread vibrant and pulsating with emotion, binding them together in an eternal dance of remembrance and hope. The fire might fade, but the stories would endure, weaving their way into the hearts of those who would come after, echoing through the ages. The bonds forged in the flickering light of that night would ripple outward, leaving an indelible mark on the world, proving that as long as they told their stories, they would never truly be lost. Under the starlit sky of ancient civilizations, the air hummed with the music of life, a symphony that echoed across the ages. The sound of drums pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth itself, drawing people into a dance that transcended the mundane, a dance that whispered of stories untold. In every corner of the world, from the rocky crags of Greece to the sandy shores of Africa, music and dance intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry, rich in myth and legend, a connection to the divine. In the Mediterranean, where the sun dipped low and painted the horizon with shades of orange and pink, the Greeks celebrated the gods with fervent rituals. The air was thick with the scent of olive oil and wine as villagers gathered, their feet tapping on the earth, creating a rhythm that felt eternal. The god Dionysus, the embodiment of the vine and revelry, inspired abandon. Tempers flared, and laughter erupted as bodies swayed and twirled to the melodies of flutes and lyres. Each note was a thread woven into the fabric of their culture, a reminder that life was fleeting and joy was sacred. In that moment, the line between human and divine blurred. Dancers moved as if possessed, their souls merging with the music, telling tales of love, loss, and longing. The legends of Narcissus and Echo played out in the flickering shadows, the music capturing the joys and sorrows of youth, beauty, and heartbreak, intertwining the fates of gods and humans in a way that felt inevitable. Each twirl of the dancer's skirt, each stomp of the foot was a prayer, a spell cast into the universe. Across the oceans, in the heart of Africa, a different rhythm pulsed. The djembe drums echoed deep in the forests, calling forth ancestors, spirits, and deities. Communities gathered in a circle, their faces illuminated by the glow of a fire, hearts beating in sync with the drums. Here, music was life, a means to communicate with the unseen, a method of storytelling that traveled through the air like smoke. The movements of the dancers were sharp and powerful, each gesture a declaration of identity and heritage. The stories of creation, of the first humans molded from clay by the hands of the gods, were recounted with every clap and stomp, every ripple and sway. In moments of quiet, the elders recounted tales of the trickster god Anansi, whose cleverness brought laughter and wisdom to the people. The audience hung on every word, their eyes wide with wonder, as the rhythms of the dance echoed the spirit of Anansi, reminding them that life was a tapestry of joy and mischief, shadow and light. The music wove through their bones, carrying the weight of their ancestors' dreams and struggles, urging them to remember, to celebrate, and to connect. In the bustling streets of India, a different kind of magic unfolded. The classical dance forms, adorned in vibrant silks and intricate jewelry, spun tales of gods and goddesses. The Bharatanatyam dancers, their faces painted with emotion, conveyed stories of love between Radha and Krishna, of battles between good and evil. The music, a blend of ragas and talas, flowed seamlessly, guiding the movements as if the dancers were branches bending gracefully in the wind. Each gesture told a story that transcended time, drawing on deep-rooted traditions and a belief that art could touch the divine. As dusk fell, the air filled with the scent of incense and jasmine, a backdrop for the enchanting performance. The audience sat in rapt attention, spellbound by the beauty of the storytelling. The dancers moved in harmony, their hands telling tales of longing, of devotion, and of the dance of creation itself. In that sacred space, time ceased to exist. The audience became a part of the performance, their hearts beating in rhythm with the dancers, their breath synchronizing with the music. From the frigid north, the Sami people sang songs that accompanied their reindeer herding, their throats producing sounds reminiscent of the call of the wild. The yoik, a traditional Sami form of song, was not just music, but a deep expression of identity tied to the land and its creatures. The melodies drifted through the snow-laden trees, carrying with them the stories of the land, the spirits of ancestors who walked before them on the trails of ice and snow. Their dances, connecting with the earth beneath their feet, were a testament to resilience and community, a reminder that survival was a dance with the seasons, a rhythm of give and take. In each of these cultures, music and dance weren't just forms of entertainment. They were lifelines, connecting people to their history, their beliefs, and each other. Festivals were held to celebrate the changing of seasons, the birth of children, the passage of elders, each accompanied by music that rang out like a siren's call. With every beat, they honored the cycles of life, the dance of creation and destruction, reminding them that joy and sorrow often walked hand in hand. As the drum beats reverberated through the ages, the stories traveled, crossing oceans and mountains, uniting cultures in an unbreakable bond. The rhythms of myth echoed in every corner of the world, a testament to the power of music and dance to transcend language and barriers. Each note struck a chord within the heart, igniting memories of ancestors long gone and dreams yet to be realized. And so, as the curtain fell on one chapter of this eternal narrative, the music played on. A haunting melody that lingered in the air, inviting the next story to rise and dance forth, weaving itself into the fabric of time. The rhythms of myth had not ended. They had simply transformed, ready to echo in new forms, in new lives, creating an endless cycle of celebration, connection, and creation. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the faint echoes of ancient voices that had long been silenced. In the quiet corners of the world, where the wild still reigned and the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, tales of lost tribes lingered like shadows, waiting to be brought back to life. These tribes, once vibrant and full of stories, had faded into myths, leaving behind questions that stirred the hearts of many. What had happened to them? Where had they gone? In the dense forests of North America, whispers of the lost tribe of the Anasazi floated among the canyons, where time seemed to stand still. Once, this remarkable civilization thrived, creating intricate cliff dwellings in the high mesas of the Southwest. They painted their stories on the rock walls, vibrant murals that danced with life. Yet by the late 13th century, they vanished, leaving behind only their ghostly homes and the haunting question, why? As scholars pieced together the remnants of their existence, some believed that drought and famine drove them away, while others spoke of invaders who swept through their lands like shadows, stealing both life and hope. Families once gathered around fires, sharing laughter and dreams, now scattered like leaves in the wind. The heartache of displacement echoed through the ages. Farther south, in the heart of the Amazon rainforest, another tribe struggled against the relentless tide of time. The Yanomami people, guardians of the forest, walked the earth with a deep understanding of their land. They lived in harmony with nature, their lives woven into the very fabric of the jungle. Yet, as outsiders encroached upon their territory, the whispers of their songs turned into cries for help. The myth of the lost tribe was not merely a story. It was a living testament to the plight of those whose homes were stolen. In an instant, the air crackled with tension as news traveled fast. The encroachment of loggers and miners sparked fires of anger within the hearts of the Yanomami. Families that had thrived for generations now faced brutality and betrayal. The forest that had once cradled them in its arms now became their prison. The rhythm of drums that had once signaled celebration now resonated with urgency, a heartbeat of resistance against a world intent on erasing their existence. Across oceans and time, the stories intertwined. The Celts, too, carried tales of their own lost tribes, uprooted from their land by invaders who sought to claim what was never theirs. The echoes of their culture, rich with music and lore, began to fade into silence. The once vibrant gatherings around the fire dwindled as families were torn apart, their laughter replaced by sorrow. The whispers of these lost tribes flowed like a river through history, merging with the tales of the Taino in the Caribbean, who faced devastation at the hands of colonizers. Their vibrant culture, filled with dance and song, was crushed underfoot, leaving behind a haunting silence that still reverberates today. The reality of their displacement became a stark reminder of the fragility of existence, where the thread of life could be cut in an instant. As the pages of history turned, the legends grew stronger, binding together the stories of those who were lost. Each tale was a reminder that these were not just myths. They were the echoes of real people, vibrant in their lives, now reduced to mere whispers on the wind. The displacement of these tribes ignited a fire in the hearts of those who remembered. They began to ask, what if we could bring them back? What if their stories could find a voice once again? In the face of overwhelming odds, the spirit of resistance ignited across borders and generations. The descendants of these tribes, scattered yet unbroken, began to reclaim their narratives. They built bridges between the past and the present, weaving their ancestors' stories into the fabric of today. Music filled the air once more, the sound of drums reverberating through the trees, calling forth the spirits of the lost. In hidden corners of the world, gatherings took place under the vast canopy of stars. Elders shared stories that had been passed down through generations, illuminating the struggles and triumphs of their people. Their voices rose like a phoenix from the ashes, a powerful reminder that the spirit of the lost tribes could never truly be extinguished. It burned brightly in the hearts of those who remembered, connecting the past to the present in a way that defied time. Yet, even as the resilience of these tribes blossomed, the threat of erasure loomed large. The forces of modernization continued to push against the boundaries of culture and tradition. With every tree felled, with every river poisoned, the ache of displacement deepened. The fight for recognition and respect became an urgent call to arms, a battle not just for land, but for identity itself. And so, the myth of the lost tribe transformed into a rallying cry. It was no longer just a story of what had been lost. It was a testament to the strength of those who refused to be forgotten. The flames of hope flickered in the darkness, fueled by the bravery of individuals who stood up against the tide of history, demanding to be seen, to be heard. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, the legends of the lost tribes became a living tapestry, woven with threads of sorrow and strength. The past, present, and future merged in a powerful dance, where the heartache of displacement ignited the spirit of resilience. The stories would not end here. They would continue to echo through time, whispering to those who dared to listen. With every beat of a drum, with every song sung beneath the stars, the lost tribes found their way back into the light, a beacon of hope that would shine through the ages, leaving an indelible mark on the world and ensuring that their stories would never fade away. In the dimly lit corners of ancient temples, where the air was thick with incense and the whispers of the past brushed against the skin like a gentle breeze, people gathered for the promise of healing. They came not just for medicine, but for something deeper, an intertwining of spirit and body that medicine alone could not touch. Here, in this sacred space, the boundaries between the physical and spiritual blurred like the lines between night and day, as the soft glow of flickering candles illuminated the faces of the seekers. One could almost hear the echo of a healer's chant, a melody that transcended time. It was a sound that resonated in the bones, stirring memories of ancestors, of struggles and triumphs. The heartbeats of those present synchronized, a rhythm of hope and faith that could almost be touched. They believed fervently that the body's ailments could be soothed by the soul's whispers, and that healing was as much about faith as it was about herbs and potions. Throughout history, the quest for health has often danced on the delicate edge of myth and reality, where the miraculous was woven into the fabric of daily life. In the days of Hippocrates, the father of modern medicine, a doctor's duty was not merely to prescribe remedies, but to listen to the spirit of the patient, to understand the unseen battles waged within. His teachings emphasized the balance of body, mind, and spirit, recognizing that a mere concoction of herbs was insufficient if the heart was heavy with sorrow. In medieval times, the healing arts took on even more ethereal dimensions. Across the cobblestone streets of Europe, apothecaries mixed their potions with the belief that unseen forces played a role in health. They believed in the humors, a concept that suggested the body was governed by 4 vital fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. A doctor would often prescribe a treatment, not only to rid the body of an ailment, but also to restore harmony within the spirit. A simple healing ritual could include the alignment of the stars, a prayer to a saint, and the application of a poultice, creating a tapestry of healing that was as much about faith as it was about science. In the Americas, indigenous cultures sang songs of healing, calling upon spirits of the earth and sky, believing that every illness was a message from the spirit world. The shamans, revered figures in their communities, wielding knowledge passed down through generations, didn't just treat the body, but engaged in a dialogue with the spirit realm. They understood that true healing often required a journey into the soul, where unresolved grief or trauma lay buried. The rhythms of their drums echoed like heartbeats, creating a connection that transcended mere flesh. As the centuries turned, the Age of Enlightenment brought forth a clash between medicine and spirituality. The rise of rationalism saw the emergence of the scientific method, a stark contrast to the mystical practices that had defined healing for ages. Yet, even in sterile laboratories, the pulse of ancient beliefs lingered. The body was dissected and studied, but the questions of the spirit, those timeless inquiries of meaning, connection, and purpose, remained unanswered. The human experience could not be confined to slides and petri dishes. It was a rich tapestry woven from both the measurable and the mystical. The 19th century saw the birth of new healing practices like homeopathy and chiropractic, each claiming to bridge the gap between the spiritual and the physical. Homeopathy, with its principles of like cures like, offered a vision where a tiny dose of a substance could unleash the body's innate healing powers. Meanwhile, chiropractic care revolved around the idea that manipulating the spine could not only align the body, but also realign the spirit, releasing trapped energy and restoring balance. Patients stood at the crossroads of science and belief, seeking answers in a world that was becoming increasingly fragmented. Yet, as modern medicine marched forward with its advancements, antibiotics, surgeries, and technology, a quiet revolution brewed in the hearts of many. People began to question the sterile approach to health. Was it enough to treat symptoms without understanding the stories behind them? The resurgence of holistic health philosophies called for a return to the foundations of healing, the acknowledgement of the heart and spirit in the healing process. The rise of alternative therapies like yoga and meditation reflected a yearning for something more. In crowded studios filled with the scent of lavender, individuals found solace in the rhythmic flow of movement, connecting body with breath, spirit with the universe. This was more than fitness. It was a spiritual awakening, a reminder that healing could be a dance, a sacred exchange between the self and the cosmos. Amidst this cultural renaissance, stories of miraculous healings emerged, creating ripples through both communities of faith and science. Accounts of spontaneous remissions, where individuals transcended terminal diagnoses, ignited conversations that blurred the lines between medical explanations and divine interventions. These narratives, often dismissed by skeptics, captivated the hearts of many, making them wonder, what if the power of belief could alter the course of our health? In this whirlwind of contrasting philosophies, the myths of healing began to intertwine with the truths of science, creating a complex narrative that tugged at the very essence of what it meant to be human. As the intertwining of science and spirituality progressed, a new understanding emerged, that healing was not simply an act, it was a journey, a lifelong exploration of the self, woven through with threads of emotion, connection, and ultimately, the quest for wholeness. The stage was set for an evolution, a movement that sought to reclaim the sacred nature of healing in a world increasingly dominated by the cold logic of science. The belief that the body could heal itself when nurtured with love and care, when surrounded by community and belief, began to take root once more. In the backdrop of this transformation, the age-old question lingered. How do we reconcile the spiritual and the physical in a way that honors both? As the candle flames flickered and the shadows danced on the temple walls, the people felt an indescribable pull toward something greater than themselves. They stood on the precipice of discovery, ready to embrace the ancient wisdom that whispered to them through the ages. The intertwining of medicine and spirituality was no longer a choice of one over the other, but a harmonious blend awaiting a new understanding, a new chapter waiting to unfold. With hearts wide open, they took a step forward, ready to reclaim the narrative of healing in a world that had all but forgotten. In a small village, nestled between misty mountains and flowing rivers, the air buzzed with anticipation. Children laughed, their voices rising like a chorus as they gathered around the ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching high above. Each year, as summer waved its golden hand goodbye, the villagers came together for the storytelling festival, a tradition as old as the village itself. It was a time when the boundaries of everyday life faded away, and the magic of words filled the air like the sweet scent of wildflowers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting soft purples and pinks across the sky, the elders of the village took their places on weathered stools, their faces lined with the wisdom of countless tales. With a knowing smile, old Mara, the village's most beloved storyteller, cleared her throat, her deep voice resonating like a drum. "Gather close, my friends," she beckoned, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Let me take you to places you've never been, to times long past." The villagers leaned in, eyes wide with wonder. They weren't just hearing stories, they were becoming a part of something greater. Each tale told was not merely an exchange of words, but a thread woven into the very fabric of their community. The power of storytelling was in its ability to connect hearts, to bridge generations, binding the young and the old in an unbreakable bond. It was here, in the embrace of shared narratives, that they found their identity. Mara spun a tale of brave warriors from centuries ago, men and women who had battled against the fiercest storms and deepest darkness. The crowd gasped as she painted vivid images of valor and sacrifice, the very essence of their ancestors echoing through her words. The stories held secrets of resilience, of laughter shared around flickering fires, and of tears shed in loss. In those moments, the villagers were not just listeners, they were participants in a grand tapestry of life. A young boy named Eli sat at the front, his heart racing. His spirit danced with the thrill of the words filling the air. Mara's stories awakened something deep within him, an ancient calling. "One day," he whispered to himself, "I will tell stories of my own." But even more than that, he felt the weight of his community's history resting on his shoulders, a mantle he yearned to carry. As the night unfolded, Mara recounted the tale of the Great Famine, a dark chapter that threatened to tear the village apart. It was a time when crops failed and despair settled like a heavy fog. Families struggled, but instead of retreating into isolation, they banded together. The villagers pooled their resources, sharing what little they had, and with each story told around the fire, they lifted each other's spirits. The power of community shone through as they found hope in the darkest of times. Mara's voice trembled, a raw emotion weaving its way through her words, reminding everyone that they were not alone. In this moment, the villagers realized that storytelling was more than entertainment. It was a lifeline. It served as a reminder that they were connected by shared experiences and collective memory. As they listened, they understood their place in the world, rooted not only in individual tales, but in a rich narrative that transcended time. Each story carried the weight of their ancestors and the dreams of their children. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the night, pulling them from their reverie. A storm had rolled in unexpectedly, dark clouds swirling ominously above. The villagers exchanged worried glances, but Mara's voice rose above the chaos, steady and unwavering. "Fear not. Just as our ancestors faced the storms, so too shall we." Her words sparkled like a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkness. "Let us share a story to chase away the storm." With their hearts racing, the villagers leaned in closer, feeling the urgency of the moment. The rain began to pour, but Mara's voice cut through the sound like a warm embrace. She told them of the time when their forebears had faced a great flood, how they had come together to build barriers, forming walls of strength that held back the tide. They had gathered hand in hand, hearts united, defying nature's fury. As the rain pelted down, something miraculous happened. The stories ignited the villagers' spirits, drawing them closer together. They began to share their own tales of their struggles, their joys, and the moments that defined them. Laughter erupted as one elder recounted a mishap involving a runaway goat, while tears flowed as another spoke of lost loved ones. Each story was like a firework, bursting with color and emotion, lighting up the darkened night. The storm raged outside, but within the circle, warmth enveloped them. They were more than mere listeners or tellers. They were a living testament to the power of community in storytelling. Each tale exchanged was a brick in the fortress they built against the storm, a reminder that together they could weather anything life threw their way. As the winds howled and the rain drummed against the earth, the stories wove around them like a protective cloak. The villagers felt the heartbeat of their community, loud and fierce, echoing in the rhythm of shared experiences. It was in that moment, with the storm raging on, that each person discovered their own place in the grand narrative of life. They were not just individuals, they were part of a legacy, a lineage bound by the very stories that had been passed down through generations. And just as the storm began to ease, so too did the tales take on a new direction, shifting seamlessly into the next chapter of their collective journey. The fire crackled, illuminating faces filled with joy, sorrow, and newfound determination. Eli's heart raced with anticipation, not just for the stories yet to come, but for the day he would weave his own into the tapestry, carrying forward the spirit of his community. In that village, where the winds whispered through the trees, the echoes of countless stories lingered. They understood that every voice mattered, every story held power. And as they shared their truths under the sprawling canopy of the night sky, the bond of community grew stronger, a living, breathing entity that would continue to thrive through the ages, feeding the flames of connection and belonging. A chill hung in the air like a shroud, whispering secrets of the forests that loomed thick and shadowy beyond the flickering campfire. The crackle of burning wood was a fragile barrier against the dark, as stories from generations past echoed in the minds of those gathered. Among them was the tale of the Wendigo, a creature steeped in frostbitten horror, a being of insatiable hunger that prowled the northern woods. It was said that once a man succumbed to the wild's madness, he transformed, skin tightening over bones, eyes gleaming with an eerie hunger for human flesh. As the flames danced, the storyteller's voice dropped to a hushed whisper. "Beware the Wendigo," he cautioned, his gaze darting toward the shadows. "For those who hear its call find themselves lost, forever wandering the frozen lakes and snow-laden trees." The very mention of the creature sent a shiver down spines, a collective breath held tight in anticipation of what might lurk just beyond the firelight. The Wendigo's legend is deeply rooted in Algonquian folklore, a reflection of the harshness of winter and the desperation that ensues from starvation. It speaks of moral lessons, warning against the dangers of greed and gluttony. It is not merely a monster of flesh and blood, but a representation of a man's darker side, a warning that in the cold grip of hunger, humanity can unravel. On the other side of the vast American landscape, the Navajo people held a different kind of terror. The Skinwalker, or Yi-Naldlushi, embodied a very different fear, one that weaves the threads of betrayal, witchcraft, and the power of transformation. This creature was more than just a shapeshifter. It was once a person, perhaps someone close, who had traversed a dark path. The ability to steal the skin of other creatures and walk among them was both a dreadful curse and a powerful gift, a burden that brought about a chilling sense of paranoia in the hearts of those who lived in the shadow of their presence. In the heart of the desert, under the endless skies, the stories of the Skinwalker sent chills through camps and homes alike. "They can wear your face," a wise elder would say, voice trembling like the branches in a sudden wind. They can mimic your voice, and they will come for you when you least expect it. With fear tucked tightly in their hearts, families would secure their doors at night, clinging to the warmth of their fires as they whispered prayers to ward off the darkness. Both the Wendigo and the Skinwalker share a sinister bond, a chilling thread connecting them through time and space. They are guardians of a deeper truth, a reflection of humanity's greatest fears, the loss of self, the corruption of spirit, and the relentless pull of primal instincts. Each tale serves as a cautionary reminder that the monsters we create in our minds can sometimes take on a life of their own. As dusk faded into the embrace of night, an unsettling quiet fell over the camps. The crackle of the fire seemed to grow softer, the shadows deeper, and the air heavier with unspoken dread. It was a time when the line between reality and the supernatural blurred, and every rustle of leaves could spark the imagination into a frenzy. In the silence, the legends of the Wendigo and Skinwalker wove together, creating a tapestry of fear that was impossible to ignore. What if one was lurking nearby right now, waiting to pounce? What if the person sitting across the fire was not who they seemed? The stories swirled in the minds of the listeners, each one unable to shake the feeling that they were part of something larger, something darker. As the fire burned low, a sudden howl echoed through the trees, a sound so primal that it froze the very breath in their lungs. Eyes widened, hearts raced, and the air thickened with tension. Was it the Wendigo, drawn by the scent of human flesh, or a Skinwalker, seeking to twist their world into a nightmare? The night was alive with possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. The fire flickered one last time, casting eerie shadows before plunging them into darkness. In that moment, every whisper of wind carried the weight of ancient fears, fears that had traveled through time, surviving the ages. Legends that were once shared around fires, under the blanket of stars, now echoed in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Across the land, stories of the Wendigo intertwined with those of the Skinwalker, creating a living history that resonated deeply in the souls of the communities they haunted. Hunters kept their eyes sharp. Travelers spoke in hushed tones, and children were warned to stay close to home as dusk approached. Every creak of a branch and every rustle of grass became a part of the narrative, a reminder that the past never truly fades away. It lingers, waiting just beneath the surface. In this tapestry of myth and fear, there exists a sense of unity among the people, the shared understanding that these creatures are not merely monsters, but reflections of their own struggles with nature, humanity, and the darker aspects of their existence. The Wendigo and Skinwalker, though terrifying, serve as powerful reminders of the thin line that separates civilization from chaos, and the stories surrounding them continue to shape lives to this day. And as the night stretched on, with eyes wide and hearts pounding, the listeners remained spellbound, caught in the web of these age-old tales, knowing that the world outside held secrets far deeper and darker than they could ever imagine. The winds howled anew, carrying forth whispers of the unknown, and the flickering embers of the fire danced with the promise of more stories yet to be told. Laughter echoed through the ancient woods as the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow on the earth. The air was thick with the scent of cedar and wild sage, and a group of children gathered around an elder, their eyes wide with anticipation. The elder's voice cracked like dry leaves underfoot, and the children hung on every word, ready to be swept away by the magic of storytelling. Yet, this was not just any tale. It was a dance of humor, interwoven with the fabric of life and the spirits that roamed the land. In Native American mythology, humor was more than just laughter. It was a vital thread that stitched together the lessons of life, loss, and resilience. Tricksters, those playful yet wise figures, often took center stage in these stories. They were not merely jesters, but vital characters who reflected the human experience, showing that laughter could emerge even in the darkest times. Take Coyote, for instance, that cunning creature whose antics brought both chaos and wisdom. He danced on the edges of morality, teaching that life wasn't always serious. In one tale, he tried to steal fire from the sun itself, only to be thwarted by his own clumsiness. The image of a proud coyote, singed and startled, made the listeners burst into laughter. But the lesson lingered. Ambition without thought could lead to folly. As the elder continued, the children could feel the energy shift. Stories of creation mingled with tales of mischief, painting a vibrant tapestry of existence. In one particularly beloved story, two brothers, the sky and the earth, quarreled over their worth. The earth, feeling undervalued, decided to show off by creating mountains so tall they touched the sky. The sky, not to be outdone, summoned clouds that rumbled and flashed, as if mocking his brother's efforts. This battle of wits turned into a comical display, mountains and clouds bumping against each other, each trying to outshine the other, until they realized that together they created beauty. The children laughed and clapped, understanding that harmony could rise from rivalry. Yet, the humor in these myths did not exist in isolation. It was a reflection of the world around them. They faced hardships, droughts, conflicts, and loss. But humor acted as a salve, a way to cope. There was a tale of a woman who could not stop crying after losing her child. Her tears flooded the land, turning it into a vast lake. In her sorrow, she unknowingly created a home for countless fish. One day, a curious fish, tired of swimming in circles, swam up to the surface and exclaimed, "Why are you crying? Your tears have made this a paradise." The woman, startled at first, began to chuckle, realizing that her grief, while profound, had given life to something wonderful. This moment was a bridge between sorrow and joy, reminding her, and all who heard the tale, that humor could coalesce with pain to create new beginnings. As the elder's voice wove these stories, the children felt the warmth of laughter envelop them, an embrace from the spirits of their ancestors. They understood that the humor of their heritage was a tool not just for entertainment, but for teaching important truths. Even the creation of the world had a humorous twist. The Great Spirit decided to make humans and thought to give them wings. After much thought, the spirit chuckled, "Nah, they'll just fly away." Instead, humans were gifted with feet to walk the earth and learn from it, a reminder that the most profound lessons are often delivered with a smile. The flickering firelight danced across the faces of the listeners, casting shadows that played tricks of their own, much like the tales they were hearing. There was an energy in the air, something electric and alive, as the stories crisscrossed the lines of reality and imagination. The cackling laughter of the tricksters reminded them that life was unpredictable, and in those unpredictable moments lay the most important lessons. Just as the laughter reached a peak, the elder paused, eyes twinkling with mischief. And what about the time the rabbit tricked the bear? This tale sent shivers of excitement through the group. The story unfolded with the rabbit, ever so clever, challenging the mighty bear to a race. The bear, assured of his strength, thought it was an easy win, but the rabbit had a plan. He took a shortcut through the bushes, only to emerge victorious. The humiliation of the bear turned to laughter as he rumbled, "Next time I'll just sit on you." The children roared, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire, igniting a warmth that resonated deep within. But for all the jokes and laughter, there was a deeper thread woven through these narratives. Each story carried warnings, moral lessons dressed in humor. The wise elder reminded them that humor was a way to connect with the spiritual world, a path toward understanding the mysteries of existence. When a character stumbled and fell, it wasn't just for comic relief. It served to remind listeners that everyone makes mistakes, and that's perfectly okay. It was in these moments of vulnerability that true strength emerged. As the stars began to twinkle, like scattered diamonds in the night sky, the elder leaned in closer, drawing the children into a circle of warmth. The stories seemed endless, with each tale leading smoothly into the next, creating a rich tapestry of laughter and wisdom. The air vibrated with anticipation, as the children knew there were still more stories to tell, more lessons to learn, and more laughter to share. Each tale whispered of struggles and triumphs, of heartbreak and joy, as they all embraced the truth that humor was a bridge, a connection that spanned the gap between the earthly and the divine. And as the night deepened, the promise of more stories lingered in the air, like the soft glow of the moon casting its light upon the sacred ground. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient forest, where every rustle of leaves whispered stories of a world untouched by the hands of man. In the soft golden glow, a lone wolf stalked through the underbrush, embodying the essence of survival. Yet, as the wolf moved silently, it was unaware of the myths woven around its existence. The forest, lush and vibrant, held secrets that even the most seasoned nature lovers often overlooked. Every creature in the forest played its part in a grand, interconnected ballet. The trees, with their gnarled roots and towering canopies, stood as silent sentinels, witnessing centuries of change. Yet, beneath this beauty, lurked the misunderstandings that had shadowed humanity's relationship with nature. For generations, tales of balance and harmony echoed within these woods, but the truth was often far more complex. As the wolf prowled on, a doe grazed in a clearing, her ears twitching at every sound. The two animals existed in an intricate dance of predator and prey, a relationship often misunderstood. Many believed nature operated like a fairy tale, where every creature found its perfect balance. But history tells a different story. The natural world is not merely a community of coexisting beings. It is a ruthless arena where survival is not guaranteed. The harsh truths of life and death unfold daily, reminding those who dare to look closer that the myths of nature often mask its raw realities. Long ago, ancient civilizations revered this intricate web of life. The Greeks spoke of Gaia, the Earth Mother, a nurturing figure who cradled life in her arms. Yet, even within this reverence, they struggled with their understanding of the fierce forces of nature. The tempest of storms, the voracious wildfires, and the creeping tides, all reminders that nature, while beautiful, was not always benevolent. The myths grew, with tales woven of gods who intervened in human affairs, emphasizing the belief that humans were separate from the wild tapestry of life. But the truth was stark. Humanity was never separate. It was an integral thread. Through the ages, great minds attempted to decode the lessons whispered through the trees and sung by the rivers. In the 18th century, as the Industrial Revolution began to unfurl, people started to view nature as a resource to be conquered, rather than a living entity to be respected. This notion brought about a profound shift, with myths evolving into justifications for exploitation. The forests once revered as sacred were now felled for timber, their spirits silenced amid the roar of machines. The wolf, once a symbol of wilderness, became a target, hunted to near extinction, its story obscured by the myths of danger and fear that overshadowed its true nature. As dusk settled into night, the forest transformed. The air grew thick with anticipation. A chorus of crickets began to sing, and the moon cast a silver veil over the land. Yet, lurking in the shadows, a truth awaited revelation. A single spark ignited the flames of understanding. Fire, revered in some cultures as a cleansing force, had been misrepresented in others as a destroyer. The indigenous peoples of North America understood its power, using controlled burns to rejuvenate the land, promoting growth rather than destruction. Yet, the myth of fire as solely a destructive force persisted, leading to catastrophic wildfires that ravaged landscapes and changed ecosystems forever. Above, the stars blinked knowingly, as if they too were participants in this age-old struggle. Each star represented a moment in time, a lesson learned or lost, echoing the history of humanity's relationship with the earth. The constellations had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, each one intertwined with the land. The Romans, great builders of their time, fell victim to their own myth, believing that nature could be tamed indefinitely. Their roads, once thriving with commerce, became overrun by the encroaching wilderness, reclaiming what was rightfully hers. As the night deepened, the forest's sounds changed, taking on an almost eerie quality. A howl echoed through the trees, piercing the silence like a dagger. It was the wolf again, calling out to its pack, a reminder that even in solitude, the bonds of life were unbreakable. Myths about the lone wolf persisted, painting it as a solitary creature. Yet, the truth revealed itself in the depth of its howl, a longing for connection, for community. The wolf was never alone. It belonged to something greater, just as humanity is not alone in its existence. Each individual, plant, animal, or human, plays a vital role in a story far larger than itself. The forest was alive with lessons, but the myths of humanity held fast, like vines choking the very life from the trees. It was easy to forget that the earth had been here long before civilization, that it had endured countless epochs and had the power to reclaim what was lost. Yet the ghosts of the past lingered, reminding all who wandered through these woods that the relationship between humanity and nature was far from simple. As the wolf melted back into the shadows, the echoes of its call faded, but the questions remained. What have we lost in the chase for progress? What stories were buried under layers of concrete and steel, forgotten in the rush of modernity? The night air shimmered with possibility, a reminder that beneath the surface of every myth lay a deeper truth waiting to be uncovered. The lessons of nature, though often ignored, were as vital as the very breath that filled the lungs of every living creature. The stars twinkled above, and the forest held its breath, as if anticipating the next chapter in this eternal story of life. The wolves howled their lament, the trees creaked in the wind, and the earth whispered gently. In this intricate dance of existence, every creature played its part. The myths, once thought to be mere stories, now unfurled their truths, begging to be recognized, understood, and respected. And as the night deepened, the echoes of the past loomed larger, beckoning once more to the hearts and minds of those willing to listen. The cycle of awareness had only just begun, intertwining seamlessly with the next chapter of this unfolding tale, where the lessons of nature awaited their moment to shine brightly once more. The flickering flames of a campfire danced under the starlit sky, casting shadows that seemed to breathe life into the ancient tales told by the elders. Around the fire, a group of children, wide-eyed and entranced, sat close, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. They listened intently as the storyteller wove a tapestry of myth and history, each word a thread connecting them to their ancestors. Little did they know, the future of these age-old stories hung in the balance, poised to either wither away or flourish in a world that often forgot their roots. In the corners of their minds lay an echo of the past, a whisper of the great spirits who roamed the lands long before modernity took hold. The stories of Coyote, the trickster, who taught the tribes about balance and consequence, and of Raven, the bringer of light, who transformed darkness into brilliance. These narratives, rich in imagery and wisdom, held not just meaning for the past, but keys to the future as well. Yet, as the children sat mesmerized, an unsettling thought lingered in the air. The world around them was changing rapidly, and with it, the very essence of these myths was at risk. For generations, Native American mythologies acted as the bedrock of cultures, teaching lessons of respect for nature, community, and the interconnectedness of life. But now, in an age where technology and fast-paced living threatened to drown out the songs of the earth, there existed a palpable tension. What would happen to the stories when the elders were gone? Would they become mere relics, stored in dusty books on forgotten shelves, or could they adapt, transforming to fit a new context while still preserving their core messages? As the fire crackled and the storyteller's voice rose and fell, it became clear that the myths were not static. They murmured of change, whispering the possibility of rebirth. The legends, like the very lands from which they sprang, could evolve. The children felt a rush of excitement, an electric thrill at the thought. They could be the bridge between the past and the future, the carriers of these sacred tales into a new era. But this path was fraught with challenges. In a world driven by screens and rapid consumption, the ancient wisdom faded into the background, overshadowed by the latest trends and fads. The myths struggled to find their place, fighting for relevance in a society that often overlooked the lessons of the past. Would the children recognize their duty to honor these stories? Could they find a way to share them, to breathe new life into the teachings while respecting their origins? Tension crackled in the air as the children turned to one another, eyes bright with possibility. They were not just listeners, they were guardians of tradition. One girl, with hair as dark as midnight, suddenly stood up, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. "What if we tell these stories in new ways?" she exclaimed, her voice rising above the crackle of the fire. "What if we use art, music, even videos to reach our friends? We can show them that these stories matter." Across the circle, whispers of agreement rose. The notion took root, spreading like fire as each child contributed an idea, building upon her words. They spoke of animated tales that shimmered on screens, spoken word poetry that echoed in the hearts of the youth, and community projects that revitalized ancient practices. The myths, they realized, could pulse with new energy, resonating with people from all walks of life. Yet, the weight of responsibility pressed upon them. They felt the ghosts of their ancestors watching, waiting to see how they would honor the legacies left behind. Each story was a piece of a vast puzzle, and it was up to them to fit the pieces together in a way that would allow the past to coexist with the present. The children understood that this was not merely a task, it was a calling, Days turned into weeks, and the fire continued to burn brightly in their hearts. They began to gather, sharing ideas and creating. Some painted vibrant murals depicting the legends, while others wrote songs that echoed the teachings of their ancestors. They organized community nights, where elders shared stories alongside the new interpretations. The air was filled with laughter and respect, a beautiful collision of old and new. But challenges loomed. Critics arose, voices that questioned whether the modern interpretations diluted the wisdom of the past. The children felt the sting of doubt. Were they betraying their heritage? In the shadows of uncertainty, the weight of the myths felt heavier than ever, pressing down on their youthful shoulders. They could hear the echoes of the stories, warning them to tread carefully. As they gathered around the fire once more, the uncertainty loomed like storm clouds. Yet, amid the flickering light, the children found strength in unity. Hand in hand, they made a pact to honor the essence of the myths while daring to reimagine them. Each story was a living entity, a testament to resilience and adaptation. In that sacred space, the storyteller's voice returned, weaving the past into the present, binding their fears with hope. The flames danced higher, illuminating the faces of the children, their resolve shining brighter than ever. The myths would live on, transformed but intact, ready to embrace the future just as the past had embraced them. And as the stars twinkled overhead, they knew this was just the beginning. The cycle continued, weaving seamlessly into the fabric of existence, forever echoing the ancient truths that had sustained their people for centuries. The night deepened, but the stories did not fade. They thrummed in the hearts of the children, setting the stage for what was yet to come. A future where the divine and the ordinary intertwined, where the whispers of the ancestors would continue to guide them. Not just through the darkened woods of uncertainty, but into the brilliant light of tomorrow. Under a vast night sky, a lone figure stands at the edge of an ancient forest, the silhouette of towering trees wrapped in a shroud of mist. Stars blink like distant eyes, each one whispering tales of gods and monsters, love and loss. As the wind rustles the leaves, it carries echoes of stories long forgotten, yet deeply etched in the tapestry of human experience. These stories, woven from the threads of hope, fear, and wonder, remind us that the human spirit has always sought answers in the celestial dance above. In the farthest corners of the earth, from the icy tundras of the Inuit to the sun-drenched deserts of the Australian Aboriginals, myths have breathed life into the landscapes, painting vibrant pictures of creation, destruction, and rebirth. In these tales, heroes rise and fall, creatures of the night roam the earth, and the very fabric of existence is questioned and celebrated. Each culture, with its own unique lens, seeks to understand the mysteries of the universe, crafting deities that mirror their struggles and aspirations. Take the story of the Maori creation myth, where the Sky Father, Ranginui, and the Earth Mother, Papatuanuku, lie entwined in an eternal embrace. Their children, trapped in darkness between their bodies, conspire to separate them, yearning for light and space. The act of separation unleashes a fierce struggle, and the heavens erupt in chaos. This profound tale of conflict reveals the intricate relationship between humanity and nature, encapsulating the belief that every element is alive, infused with spirit and purpose. Each gust of wind is a whisper from Ranginui, each rustle of leaves a reminder of Papatuanuku's nurturing spirit. Across the vast oceans, in the heart of the African savanna, the Dogon people of Mali tell the tale of Amma, the creator god, who shaped the world with his own hands. When Amma fashioned the first human beings from clay, he breathed life into them, filling them with the essence of the stars. The Dogon's intimate knowledge of the cosmos reflects an extraordinary connection to the universe, a reminder that they are not just inhabitants of the earth, but part of an intricate cosmic dance. Their stories resonate with the rhythm of the universe, merging the earthly with the celestial in a celebration of existence itself. In the heart of the Americas, the Navajo people weave a complex narrative of creation, involving the hero twins, Monster Slayer and Born for Water. They embark on a perilous quest to rid the world of monsters that threaten their people. Along the way, they encounter challenges that test their strength and resolve, embodying the struggle between good and evil. This story, rich in symbolism, speaks to the Navajo belief in harmony and balance, reminding listeners that the journey toward peace often involves confronting darkness. As the narratives unfold, unexpected connections emerge. The figure of the trickster, often played by a coyote, spider, or raven, appears in countless cultures. From the cunning Loki of Norse mythology to the wise Anansi of African folklore, these characters transcend boundaries, embodying the duality of human nature. They remind us that within every laugh lies a hint of sorrow, and that chaos often precedes creation. The trickster's antics teach lessons about humility, resilience, and the unpredictable nature of life, echoing the complexities of the human experience. In the sacred texts of world religions, similar themes resonate. The story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden mirrors the ancient tales of primal beings navigating the path of existence. The temptation of knowledge, the struggle between obedience and desire, these themes are universal. They reflect an eternal quest for understanding, a journey that transcends cultural boundaries and speaks to the very essence of humanity. Just as the Maori twins separated their parents to find light, so too do Adam and Eve grapple with the consequences of their choices, illuminating the intricate dance between free will and destiny. The stories of death and rebirth pulse through the veins of indigenous myths and world religions alike. The cyclical nature of life, evident in the Hindu belief in reincarnation, finds echoes in the seasonal rituals of many indigenous peoples. The earth, stripped bare in winter, cradles the promise of spring. In the tales of Osiris, torn apart and reborn, we see the powerful symbolism of transformation, a reminder that from destruction springs new life. These narratives pulse with a raw energy, urging humanity to confront mortality and embrace the ephemeral beauty of existence. Yet, beneath the surface of these myths lies a darker, more complex reality. The struggles of colonization and cultural erasure haunt indigenous communities, their stories silenced or marginalized. The echoes of their ancient beliefs cry out for recognition, yearning to reclaim their place in the collective consciousness. Each tale is not just a whisper of the past, it is a call to remember, a plea for understanding and respect. The rich tapestry of indigenous myths offers a counter-narrative to the dominant world religions, inviting dialogue and connection rather than division. As the figure at the forest's edge gazes up at the stars, understanding dawns, a realization that the threads of these stories weave us together. Just as the myths evolve and adapt, so too does humanity. The ancient tales remind us that we are not alone in our struggles. Our fears, dreams, and hopes reflect a shared experience. The stories of the past illuminate the path forward, guiding us through the dark and into the light. With hearts pounding, the figure feels a stirring, a calling to listen, to connect the dots between the myths of the past and the beliefs of today. The air crackles with energy, a signal that the stories are not mere relics of history, but living, breathing entities that demand to be told. As the wind howls softly through the trees, each rustle carries with it the voices of ancestors, beckoning to be heard. It is in this sacred space, where ancient myths and modern religions intertwine, that the true essence of humanity emerges, vibrant and unyielding, forever seeking understanding in the vastness of existence.